It is absolutely crazy that a channel so small as mine literally had a porn bomb. That is crazy that you have nothing to do in your life but porn bomb a channel with less than I don't even have 1,000 subscribers. That is absolutely crazy. I cannot believe that I got porn bombed by somebody. It's even funnier that they used a black person to bomb me. That's crazy. I got you with the link. One second. It is absolutely crazy that I got porn bombed with my low subscriber count. Whew. But I legitimately can't believe that shit. I don't know why you would be porn bombing someone that's got so little subscribers. That has to be a serious hater in the. Well, let's be fair. I had a lot of haters back in the day when I was going live all the time. Hey, Josh, tell me in the chat if that's you in the background because I am not about to just be bringing up random people. Tell me if you're in the background in the chat. Hey, Josh, let me see some.
All right, okay. What up, Savage? What up?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm getting porn bombed with as little people I have on my channel.
It's a singular person that has to like dislike you, CTT, and like, I don't know. It's somebody that floats around in the live stream chats.
Yeah, like it's crazy. It's crazy. But what were we talking about? CT's live on Rumble, so I don't know what's going on.
CT's live on Rumble? What?
Yeah, I got a message about something about watching some show on Rumble.
Yeah, he might be explaining what happened with the bombing situation.
Oh, the movie Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
The one about creating the nuke, that one.
Oh, is that what he's streaming over there?
I think that's the topic. I don't know if it's like they're reviewing the movie or what. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He's going to be reviewing The Color Purple tomorrow.
I won't see that movie.
I'm not seeing that shit either.
So, why do you live in Idaho or Oklahoma or wherever it is, Dries?
I got a job out here about 3 or 4 years ago fixing planes. Working for a company called AAR, working for United, fixing CRJ 200s or 2000s, whatever model it was. And then after COVID hit and they started laying off all the people who worked for the airlines and shit, I basically said, I'm not going back to Houston, Texas, because 1, it's too expensive. 3, I don't feel like moving back in with my mom. And 2, no, in that order.
Why don't you move to Ohio?
Too cold up there. Like I like the South. I like the South, Savage. It's warm down here.
Idaho is not south; it's west.
It's still cold up there, bro.
It's like 50 degrees right now where I'm at.
Oh man! And then what's the lowest it gets in the winter up there?
It gets like 0.
Fuck. No. Savage, I'm black. I know I'm transracial, but I'm still black.
CT's black and he's lived in Ohio his whole life.
Yeah, CT's like the weird exception, all right? Most normal blacks don't like snow.
No, sir. There's plenty of blacks that live in Ohio, sir. Quit lying to yourself. Quit trying to discredit their lifestyle.
Oh, man. But no, seriously, though, I do not like cold weather. Like, once it gets below like 40, I don't like it. So generally, I try to stay near the south.
Yeah, sir. I can't. I can't go south. Like, I just can't.
But I was in Wisconsin for a bit at Fort McCoy when I was still in the military, and it dropped to negative 17 degrees up there.
Not even the same.
What do you mean? That was like the coldest thing ever. Sir,
Wisconsin and Ohio weather is not the same.
Oh man. So, but yeah, I had my little experience with the cold and stuff, but I like the South. I like the people, the lifestyle, the vibes, the abundance of Hispanic people.
You're talking about that Southern hospitality. I kind of miss it.
Yeah, I like my little redneck Confederate flag flying brothers.
Yeah, 47 degrees. You can keep that shit. I shouldn't complain because, like, so I'm upstate New York, but it's Catskill Mountains, so it's like mountain weather. It's like negative 14, negative 15, or at least that was last winter. Yeah, that's. Oh, it wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to get out in the yard and work, right? And that's the problem, right? If I could just stay inside by the fire, no problem. Nope. Getting out and having to work in that, not particularly all that pleasant.
Yeah, I'm just a Southern boy at this point. I'm sorry.
Well, see, now I think maybe the difference might be is like, so I'm kind of putting Savage in the farmer category, right? So these dudes are like used to like busting their ass, getting out there at like 4 o'clock in the morning, freezing ass cold, busting their ass. Now the difference is one, their body's in so much pain, they can't feel much of anything anyways. So it's kind of like, they're numb. They're just physically numb, right? You just beat the crap out of him, he'll never feel it. I think that's more what it is, right? So like the concepts of hot and cold probably not going to affect him as much.
I mean, I think just him living up there, he's just used to it. I mean, I was kind of out of my element when I first moved up here because it actually snows here in OKC, and I'm from Houston where it does not snow. So I was kind of out of my element for like the first 2 years here.
Quit lying. Listen, I work in Cleveland, so like I'm right on a lake. It gets cold as shit. Cold as shit. But what you have to realize is the cost of living here is great, for one. For two, there's a lot of industry in Ohio. I think I'm on 3. But I've never been farther west than Chicago, so I couldn't tell you what the economy's like out there. But
that's all the pros. Now ask Savage for the cons of the state of Ohio.
Nina, I'm gonna assume that's you. Okay.
Yeah, just wait and then ask them before you bring them up stage. But it's the real Nina, so we're good.
So we were talking about kids before we got porn bombed, and I saw a crazy bush, which is weird. Who has a bush in 2023? Really, like that? Like that was a bush. But children really aren't an investment. Like you never get what you put into children. So like to think that you're gonna benefit, like children isn't like it's not like a gain. It's more of a like watching your kids learn how to walk or talk or like having memories with them is what's important. It's not so much like money.
Yeah. Well, see, now that was my argument was if it's not about the
sentimental value. It's the sentimental.
Yeah.
So would that still be? Sorry.
Go ahead, Nina. You can talk all you want.
So my question would, well, it's not a fiscal.
You're gonna have to stand still, Nina.
I'm sorry, it's not a fiscal investment, but it's more of a legacy and emotional investment. No,
Yeah,
sentimental.
when you're older and you have grandchildren, you get to see your kids get married off, and just continue the family line. So
yeah.
that I think that's still worth, a worthy cause.
No, it is. But Jerice was talking more in the sense that like the risk of losing money, which children are a money loss. Like you're not going to gain the money. Like the probability of your kids going to the league and becoming a millionaire is low. So like you're never like to have the idea of having children and it being a positive to your wallet is not really a thing.
Well, I was just mentioning that aspect because that's my major deterrent, but also on the societal aspect of it, I know that my age group, 29 and younger, most of the females in my generation aren't looking to get married and have families, if we're being completely honest. Most of them just want to look for the wedding just as a day of celebration, get pregnant just so they can get celebrated at a baby shower, and then poof. So,
Yeah,
like, the family building isn't there like it used to be back in the day.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm only 5 years older than you are.
That 5 years makes a difference, Savage.
Sir, you would have been in 8th grade when I was a senior. That's not that much of a difference. Like, I know more about not being on the internet than you do, but at the same time, we listen to the same music and watch the same shows. So it's not that much of a difference.
Yeah, no, but I'm closer to the born in the internet generation, and I vibe more with those guys than I would with you as a born pre-internet guy. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, but you were still born before 2000.
Very true.
Like, I remember 9/11. You might not.
No, I remember 9/11. I was tucked up in a corner in the hallway of my school, Easterling Elementary School.
Well, sir, I was in 6th grade. So, like, I actually, like, I remember, like, hardcore. You were in, like, 1st grade.
And that's why also when you were on a Risky show the other day, I kind of wanted to call in and expound on the topic, but about women or men chasing women anymore. I thought that would have been a good thing for me to call in on and explain that to somebody who's a part of Risky's generation. But
So
I was at work.
So I just want you to understand that like I started making more money after I got married.
Yeah.
So like I'm not saying that you shouldn't be like you should definitely be cautious of marriage because marriage can be really detrimental to your life. But you shouldn't not be open to the idea of marriage because marriage does have its benefits.
I understand that. It's just at this point in my life, it's not something I'm actively pursuing because of the climate.
Well, sir, if you don't think the climate's that great now, it's not going to be that much greater in 10 years.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was just about to
That's
say
my
that.
logic. And I say that a lot of times in my pre-recorded videos too.
From just watching as an outside observer, in my personal opinion, I think that's where a lot of both men and women kind of miss the ball when it's like, well, I don't want to think about getting married, but I don't mind having a kid until like I'm more established in my career. So I want to give it another 10 or 15 years. I think that's when you miss the mark because the mindset is already backwards.
Yeah, it's not beneficial. Like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. My marriage is not perfect. My wife was last Saturday. I came home and drank, and my wife was mad with me until like Thursday or Friday. So like 5 days of her not talking to me because I drank. But we're fine now. Like marriages aren't perfect, but at the end of the day, it's better. It's better than being out there on your own.
And not only that too, I'm just giving that 10 to 15 year mark indicator. Like if you wait another 10 or 15 years, and that goes for both men and women, you're more set in your ways as an individual more than you would have been before. Like your soul and your mind is more palpable with, kind of coexisting and co-building with someone, as opposed to now I'm just going to spend another 10 or 15 years alone by myself. And now I'm going to go into a partnership. It's going to be that much harder for both of you to compromise and, be a bit more elastic in navigating your relationship. That's
Yeah.
how I feel about it.
I gotta point out, to add on top of the 10, 15-year-old, like putting that off out there. Jesus, like I'm 40, I've got a 4-year-old. The physical demand that comes with these like little rugrats. Jesus Christ, this is a young man's game, right? Like this kid's got like, just naturally has like 10 times the energy that I have. I can't keep up with him. And I don't know, as a dad, you're kind of like supposed to keep up and kind of surpass it. I just can't seem to do it. So it's like, yeah, putting it off, not really a good idea.
Yeah, like the older that you get, like the first 6 months are harder. Like my wife's son is 10 and then my son is 6. So like we got from 10 years old down to 1 year old and we're still trying to have kids. And I'm telling you, when we had our daughter, like my daughter did not sleep for like the first 7 months that she was alive. So it was rough.
Oh, I thought the sleep deprivation was kind of normal. Like all parents go through that, that first 6 months, whatever it is. I think I can almost do the sleep deprivation only because I'm like naturally prone to that. But the physical demands, even if they can't walk, right? Like they can crawl and they can still, like, all you have to do is blink your eye. They can crawl across the room faster than shit. And you're constantly having to like watch over them and make sure they don't get into shit. And they get into everything. Everything.
Well, for me, so my daughter was born in November of last year and my wife lost her job in February of this year. So pretty much the whole time that my wife was on maternity leave, I didn't deal with the kid, and she went to work for like 3 weeks and then she got fired from her job. So I've been working like 7 days a week nonstop since around January, February. So like today, I was working earlier when CT was live and I was working. That's what I was doing. I work every day.
Well, now see, to me, that's normal as a parent, right? Like I don't know about as a mom. I don't know anything about that part. But as a dad, right? Like at the end of the day, like, you just know, oh crap, I've got this coming up with the kids. And so you're going to go out and do whatever it takes to get that thing done. I don't know whether it's paying for like baseball practice or whatever the crap it is, right? Like there's always something. It's just I don't know, you just natural as a father, you kind of naturally gravitate toward whatever the hell it takes to get it done. So to me, that's a hell of a lot more normal than anything.
Yeah, like,
I'm good with that part.
Yeah, like tomorrow I'm going to be sanding my daughter's bedroom. I'm also going to be doing some other stuff around the house, but having a wife does have its benefits. It definitely does. Also, if you're tired of women, dealing with one woman is a lot easier than dealing with random women.
No,
This is definitely
Oh,
cool.
I think part of my problem is that I dated my first chick like after high school, right? And then she broke up with me. And then I fell into the classic red pill rage. Everybody knows about it. And then I started following like Tom Likas and all these quote unquote manosphere dudes. And then after that, I got my second girl. And then we had a normal relationship. And then she was the one that taught me about the quote unquote true nature of women. So after we broke up, that's when I started going out on Tinder dates, Bumble dates, all this other ish. And then I was just like, these hoes really ain't shit. And
Yeah,
that's when it just clicked for me. And I was just like, you know what? I really don't care to try if like this is what's out here.
well, what you have to realize is I'm red pill myself. So like all the red point talking points, my wife knows. And my wife is a single mom prior to me. That's how she has a 10-year-old and my kid's 6. But you have to also realize that everybody has their flaws. You just have to find somebody that you're willing to deal with their flaws. So like when I first got with my wife was she was a single mom for 9 years or 8 years. So she was real independent. She was real strong-willed. She couldn't cook. She could bake, but she couldn't cook. We'll be married 2 years in April 9th, and my wife cooks now. My wife takes care of the whole house and doesn't work. So like you have, because of the society, you're gonna have a harder time than it was if it was 1904. But that is going to be beneficial. Now, granted, for you, I'm not telling you what to do with no kids to date or marry a single mom. I have 2 baby moms, so like I have face tats. I'm a convicted felon. I'm an ex-drug addict. I'm not like the top pick of men in life. So like for me, I would marry a single mom. For you, I wouldn't suggest that. But there are women out there that you can find that is worth the marriage. No woman's going to be perfect.
Well, now
of
there's
course.
two talking points in here or in that. I actually want to address them both. We'll just pick one. I guess starting with the red pill thing. I'm a little weird, so I'm not red pillar. But I have like a weird 50-50 love-hate relationship with red pill concepts.
Yeah, I get that you're gay. It's okay.
Jerk. No, so like what it really boils down to is I don't have a problem with the descriptors. When people say, okay, look, the divorce laws aren't in the favor.
What is your problem? Just tell me your problem, and we'll get there.
Okay, so it's not the descriptive part, it's the prescriptive part. It's where people are basically stating, like, okay, so an example, Fresh and Fit prescribes, men ought go out and just bang a whole bunch of women and get good at it, right? To me, this is like, wait, what? The Rollo Tomasi, the grandfather dude, like he prescribed vasectomy for a dude that could keep it in his pants kind of thing. I'm like, what? It's like all of the prescriptions are just crazy nut job stuff. How about a little bit something of we all, as men, I believe most of us were raised up. We were never taught that life was fair. Life was always a struggle to get to the thing that you wanted to. That was just part of life. The problem with the general prescriptions that are being provided from, not the descriptions, like I understand the problems, don't disagree with those at all. The prescriptions, aka men should go out and sleep with a whole bunch of women, aka men ought to get like a vasectomy, things like that. The shortcut.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So Joshua, you have to realize that every person in the red pill or the manosphere have their own perspective. Rollo Tomasi has his perspective again of vasectomy. Plenty of people that are in the red pill don't agree with that, and there are people that do agree with it. So that's not really a good. That's not a good marker. That's not a good marker. That's
And
also
What
coming from a man that's married and has children.
Right.
And is in
What
his
prescriptions?
50s.
What prescriptions would you? I'm now. Let me ask you the reverse. What prescriptions are the red pill community giving that you do agree with?
So, understanding a female's nature is important. I'm not against marriage. You have red pill guys that are against marriage.
Ooh, I'm pro marriage.
Again, so like the red pill, so the manosphere or the red pill is understanding female nature. The manosphere is the umbrella term that fits in the guys that are against marriage, the guys that are only hookups, the guys that are passport bros. Like that is an encompassing term. So like you have to realize that just because there's red pill content that has guys that are willing to get married. So like it depends on what you value. But the fact of the matter is the baseline is that you have to understand female nature, and that's really what's important. You can't grow up understanding that women are sugar and spice and everything nice, because that's not true.
I wasn't under the impression that society believe that men aren't like or can't or ought not have to figure women out. Like I thought that was the whole dating thing was men are since it's the case that men are the ones that basically decide a relationship. Women are the ones that control the sex. Men are the ones that control, aka the relationship. Whatever title you're putting on that includes marriage, but whatever the title is. Since they're the ones that are selecting, the obligation, the onus of responsibility is on men to figure out what is that thing that you're trying to achieve, right? But to me, that's not that much different than saying, oh, look, I've graduated, I got to go get a job. I've got to figure out, what field I want to go into, that kind of thing.
You have to realize it. This is what you have to realize. Because the way the climate is right now, the thing that you want is the detriment. So,
yes.
Yes. So no matter what you want, even if you find a woman that's good, she can still screw you. So it's what you're willing to sacrifice for the benefit. And what you need to realize is that in today's climate, if you want to have children and you want to build a family, there's no way to get around not having a risk. So
correct.
If you want to be an incel, which is a negative, you can do that. That you can find that in the red pill space. If you want to be married and have children, you can find that. You can find it in the red pill. But
well, maybe I'm not understanding some of the terms here. So manosphere, from my understanding, was just basically anti-feminism. Unless something's changed recently, or I don't know. Like the kids are a little bit different to me.
No, so the manosphere is male centric, but it's the space for men, but it is
it's just pro male in general.
It's an umbrella term.
Right. So in the red pill was more or less about the active seeking of solutions to the common problems. No.
The red pill is about learning the nature of women.
So, in terms of the manosphere, it can also transcend to politics and real world aspects too. But in terms of the manosphere, it's women's nature.
Yeah. So growing up, your mom probably told you to be nice to girls, that women like nice men, that women like flowers. Okay. But the majority were told to be nice to women, that women like nice guys and all these things. But then when you start dating, you realize that women don't like those things. Like my wife married me with face tats and a criminal record on some level because I'm an asshole. She likes when I'm nice to her, but she also likes that I'm an asshole. Sure. But your mom didn't raise you to understand that women like you being an asshole. Like most women don't raise their sons to know that women like assholes. They
right.
Like even today, my mom was born in '66. If I talk about these sluts out here, my mom will feel some kind of way to be like defend women.
Well, hold up. Weren't we automatically taught that? Like that was the concept, say go back to high school, right? You always noticed that, it was always the asshole guy that like always ended up seeming to bag the women of choice kind of thing, right? Like it was kind of like
I'm gonna give you a story. So when I was like 16, my mom told me, she asked me, "Are you gay?" I said no. She's like, "Why don't you talk to me and your dad about women?" I was like, because I don't want to talk to you guys about women. She's like, "Why?" I'm like, because the girls at school are all screwing the football players and have herpes, and they all do butt sex. Because the school I went to, all the women were into butt sex. And she's like, "Well, you just need to find a nice girl." And I was like, "But mom, that's not what it is." And my mom told me when I was like 13, if she ever caught me having sex in her house, she'd cut my dick off. And like I have physical scars from my mom whooping my ass as a kid because I was a bad kid. So like I didn't have sex till I was like 19. Till I was out of my I was a couple years away from my mom's house. So
Same.
my mom let my sister date an 18-year-old when she was 14, but when I was 16, she was telling me she'd cut my dick off. So women don't teach the duality of women. They teach the
Right.
good of women. So the red pill is to get you to understand like the reality of how women act and interact with you and what they expect. The fact of the matter is like when you're being raised, you're pretty much just told find a good woman and be a good man and you'll be fine. But the reality of life is even Elon Musk can get cheated on. Even rich men can get screwed over. Even the pretty, like, there's not a definition of man that can't get screwed over. And that's what the red pill is. And the red pill is also teaching you to not worry about what women think because a lot of us are raised to be simps.
So I guess this is the part where I don't really comprehend. Okay, so the idea of as an entirety, and as an example, using your example, so like your experience, from school was like girls are all bagging the football team. That was kind of like the normal thing within at least all high schools, from everything I've ever heard about from most people. Those were the things that taught us of how the reality was. We were always reminded that there had to have been some good girls out there because you saw people getting married. You saw, like, you ran into older people that had been married 15, 20 damn years. Like, you always knew that there was something good in there. You were always just trying to figure out, hey, look, this is the bad stuff over here. These are the good things over here. People didn't just figure that out normally. No?
So you have to realize that, like, my mom was born in 66. I was born in 89. So in the 80s, when teenagers were getting pregnant, they would send them to a different school. When I went to school, the pregnant girls were in school.
Right.
So what you're gonna learn is gonna come from your mother. Your mother's mainly gonna be the one that teaches you how to treat a woman. Your dad is gonna teach you how to get a woman, but your mom is gonna teach you what she thinks is the best thing to get and to keep a woman. And your mom say your dad drinks too much. Your mom's going to tell you not to drink or not to drink that often. All the things that she doesn't like about your father, she's going to tell you not to do. But guess what? My dad, who's an asshole that drank a lot, got my mom pregnant 2 times. But the way that my mom's teaching me to get a woman is the opposite of what she was into.
Or
So
check this out, Joshua. My dad, who's a bum, who's a loser, who's a sperm donor, has been married twice. My mom has never been married. Go figure.
yeah. So that's what the red pill is. The red pill is to teach you the reality. Because even if you're like 20, say your mom teaches you to be a certain way, and then you're 20 and a chick cheats on you, you're not necessarily going to extrapolate that to the reality of how women are. You're going to think that's that woman, or you're going to think that you did something wrong. But the fact of the matter is the red pill is like, hey, men cheated 26%, women cheated 24%. Like, the red pill is going to actually tell you the reality of the whole picture.
I don't know. I still don't understand the necessity for it because, like I said, all of these things we were raised up with, I assume we were all raised up with. This information was out there. All you had to do was just kind of open your eyes, pay attention in high school. You kind of figured out most of this.
No,
Think of it
because
as content for the guys who may have their head in the sand who aren't really paying attention.
yeah, but
A
you have
lot
to.
of
How many people are on the football team?
Oh shit! Our high school football team, Jesus, there were actually quite a lot. It was supposed to be a really good football team. I don't know. I only played football for a
Yes, on
little
average
while.
25 in rotation.
Yeah,
26 or something like that.
If you have a 500 person class, if you're in a small size school, you're gonna have 400 to 500 people that graduate with you, and 25 of them play football, and majority of them that play football play another sport. So you have a crossover of sports. So in reality, you have maybe 75 people that are on the sports teams, and you have 500 people that are graduating. So you watching the cheerleaders bang all the football players doesn't really teach you the reality of like life. It teaches you that cheerleaders and football players bang each other.
No, we understood that the football players were generally the popular people. Then you try to measure out, like, what defines the popularity. Clothes, money, perceived money, where like mommy and daddy really have the money, but they're buying their stuff. Like, you figured most of that stuff out, then realized usually after
you're giving too much grace, because at the end of the day, most people are average. Most people aren't popular. So like
sure.
But again, like, the way that you're trying to portray this is like, oh, I seen Jay-Z, so that means everyone can be Jay-Z, but that's not the reality.
Oh, no. I'm not adding on to the okay, so like the football player was popular, therefore I can be popular. It was just learning how life operates. Not so much as to seeking some way to, oh, that kid over there is popular, I want to be popular so I can bang all of the girls too, kind of concept. Those were things that I don't know. I don't recall us growing up in fantasy world saying, hey, look, you can change your nature, you can change your environment to, like, I don't know, manipulate your way through life. We weren't really ever focused too much on shortcuts. I mean, obviously people went after easy money if they could, but like in the game of life, we were kind of under the impression that there was no. Do what? 40.
Oh, you're 40. Okay. So when I went to school, you had chicks that I had a hooker in my class that would do whatever you wanted for $40, and she paid my buddy that was her pimp half. How many hookers did you have in your class when you were 6 years older than me?
There were a couple girls that did some nasty shit for all kinds of weird stuff. I sometimes money, sometimes do my homework, and like all kinds of weird shit.
There was a girl a year ahead of me that had sex with dogs on tape. There were girls that were snorting that I didn't. Toilet seat.
So the drugs were they were a thing. They were not really open. Nobody was open about it. You just didn't, broadcast your degeneracy. Keep in mind, it was a very Christian town, right? So some things had to be under the table. Otherwise, it was an ass beating that came.
Sir, my high school had a pig farm across the street. Like, my high school was in the country.
Yeah. The bestiality thing, that one, I can't think of anybody specifically. I would have called it like the normal and the social norm degeneracy of the time period.
Do you have a sister?
No. I mean, well, yes, but crap. So my father was born in 1926.
Your dad was old as shit.
Yes. So I was raised up extremely old school, based on him, right? Now, my mom.
So you're an anomaly.
Right. Yeah. But the town seemed kind of normal, I guess. But I mean, I guess the same concept. It's just the difference was my father was also career military. So let's just say I was born on a military base, just a little bit more strict. We'll put it that way.
Sir, but your whole problem is that you're a monopoly. Like, my mom was born on an Air Force base, but my mom was born 66. My dad was born 59. I was born 89. So my parents were 20 and 30, but I was born. So like, my parents were much younger. Like, my mom and dad got divorced. My mom became a stripper. So like you can't relate because you're not the average person. Most people aren't being born at 40 and their dad's in their 50s.
Yeah. Okay. So now I will say, like, I've repeated somewhat of I'm 40, right? And I just got a 4-year-old in it, right? So I've repeated, well, shit. Like, I thought that's the concept of traditions. It wasn't by choice. Don't get me wrong. Like, I should have gotten married a lot earlier, and I probably would have had the career path gone a different way. It was just, those weren't the options that were available at the time period, right?
Well, no, sir. There was always options. You just didn't go down the.
Well, yeah. I guess I could have like just quit, done my thing, but I actually can't even imagine what life was without that, right?
The average age of men being older than women is like 2.5 years or something like that in America. So like,
yeah,
it's way more common for a woman and a man to be a few years apart than it is for their parents. Like the average, if I Googled it right now, I'm sure that the average age of their father is not 50 years
Yeah.
old.
Yeah, there's no. I know the age gap between myself and my father is an abnormality that I comprehend. I'm just talking about how men grow up and measure society to kind of like learn how to navigate life, kind of thing. I was under the impression that that was kind of like all you had to do was, well, exactly what he said, not stick your head in the sand. You can kind of figure things out.
Yeah, so you have to realize that the red pill is mainly for the generation of men that lost their dads. They lost their dads, or they've been fed lies from their mom. Because even my mom to this day, like like legitimately, like my mom is a feminist. Like if I say something about women, my mom's ears perk up, and she's been married for 20 some years. Like,
Oh yeah, I get it. My mother's by definition a gold digger. She's been married more than, well, let's just say that I learned through her that a state actually has a cap on how many times you can legally get married in that state. Never knew such a thing existed, right? So my mom, yeah, she pretty much taught me what not to do. But it wasn't a thing where I had to like sit down and have a conversation with her. Not that I would have ever taken relationship advice from her. Or my father. Bear in mind, I probably should have listened to my dad. I just didn't. Stupid me. But I mean, I was still under the impression that all a guy had to do was just pay attention while he was going through life. You measure your environment, and that's how you navigate. That's the thing you're trying to get through is the environment.
yeah, you're not like no, like you're not the average bear, my guy. Red pill's not really
Oh,
for you.
yeah, I don't disagree. Like, definitely not similar to most people in that concept. I just don't I don't. Okay, maybe it is the case. Maybe you've got something there about like the red pill was because, let's say, there wasn't some type of instructor, aka one parent or the other within the family. Like maybe that's become a more common thing, and that's what produced, the necessity for instruction. That is a little bit weird to me.
Well, you had your dad. A lot of the red pill is for guys that don't have their dad. Like,
Yeah, my dad was definitely up my ass.
yeah, like ask Nina. Like, as a woman, how many men have you come across that haven't had dads or are soft?
Not very many. I guess I'm not the average story either, because I'm essentially a daddy's girl, and most
What
of
was
my friends grew up with their parents, so, and they're all military people, so they were always up all of our asses in a way.
Well, like
Um,
my grandparents. So my grandma and grandpa are both from West Virginia, and my grandpa and grandma divorced in the 60s, and then my grandma remarried my grandfather, who's my ninth cousin removed.
Can I ask where in West Virginia? My father's from Beckley, West Virginia.
So my grandparents are from Strange Creek, Webster County, and my dad's from Millsboro.
I know where Webster County. I gotta go. Damn, I gotta go look. I know. I think I know where that is. Shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
like specifically, my Koger family is from Webster Springs.
I just want to check, make sure we're not cousins. You know how the South is, but
It's possible. It's possible. We could be.
Yeah, it's
Oh, no.
probably.
Not like this, boy.
What was that?
I said not like this.
Welcome to West Virginia. There's a lot of weird stuff in there. It's fun. I'll give you that. But yeah, some of the stereotypes, that's a thing.
Well, do you
Damn.
know what?
Okay.
Go ahead, yeah.
one thing that I can say in terms of observation from some of my male friends that didn't have their dads is that I always did see them going in and out of a lot of insane relationships, even with some of my friends. Like, what were you thinking? And hindsight is 2020, and I used to kind of have a hunch in my mind, but I'm definitely no expert on it. It was like, well, they didn't really have a blueprint, to adopt a different behavior from, other than basically the girls that, because I was like, I had a few guy friends that basically all their friends were girls. So they got all of their advice on basically just how to be a guy from the basically getting the approval of their female friends. And so that's why they always seem to be more miserable, because they were always, I guess now the word is simping, but they were just always doing so many insane things just to please a woman. And it brought out a lot of very scary rage, I would see sometimes,
Yeah,
because
that's
it
called the
wasn't
blue pill rage.
natural. Well, I don't think anybody was calling it that back then, but it was something that I noticed. But I noticed it with my friends that did not have their fathers. The ones that did, they were chilling. If anything, the women were chasing them more than the other way around.
Well, I've never had problems with women. Like, I've never had problems getting women. Like, I've dated women from all socioeconomic levels. But the issue of it is when it comes down to, like, you have to realize that, like, the younger, like the bottom level, the millennials, a lot of our parents were young when they had us. A lot of our parents commit, like my dad. My dad was married 5 times. My dad had his first kid when he was 16. He had me when he was 30. There's like 14 of us. And my dad sold drugs. All the boys in my family, all the males sold drugs. I've got 3 dead brothers from drugs and crime. My uncles did drugs. Like, if you look up a guy in Ohio named Bobby Coakley, that's my cousin. He got killed by the mob in '08. So, like, when it came down to, like, really understanding the nature of women, like, I didn't really have anyone that was teaching me that. Like, I didn't have a great relationship with my dad. My mom was telling me that women were sugar and spice and everything nice. And then, like, when it came to my mom and my dad divorcing, like, I didn't know, like, what really happened. I was being told one thing by my dad and one thing from my mom. So when I went out and grew up and started dating women, like, I knew what I was told I should do, but I really didn't know, like, listen, I can work 100 hours in a week and still my wife is upset about something that I didn't do. Like, women are very easy to be upset about stuff. Like, your mom doesn't tell you that. Like, your sister doesn't tell you that. Like, you don't realize that until you actually start dating and dealing with them. So, like, the red pill is to really teach guys that don't know, because you're not going to, like, the average dude has not slept with as many women as I've slept with. I slept with women from selling drugs and being a criminal. Like, the bad boys get girls. Like, if you're just a dude that goes to school and does what he's supposed to do, you're not sleeping with a whole lot of women. Like, you're just not.
Yeah, and then, like, I didn't figure out the quote unquote nature of chicks until my second girlfriend. And yeah, I was walking around thinking sugar and spice and everything nice, and buy a girl flowers and all this other crap. So, but after my second ex really showed me what the game was, then it was a wrap.
Curious, how many girls have you slept with?
I'm on my 8th right now.
Okay, so I'm 5 years older than you, and I stopped counting at 80. So, like,
Jeez.
See, this is the contention right here, right? Who presented that idea that there were these whole group of guys, like a huge, insane number of guys that were going out here and bagging 50 women, right? I didn't grow up with that. Most of us knew, well, no, they'd be lucky if they got like 3-4 women in high school at most, right? Except for, like, say, the football team and the most popular guy in school, right?
But Josh,
where did the idea come from?
But Josh, you have to realize that since you came from high school, women are having sex with more men on average than women are. Or women are having sex with more men than men are having sex with women these days.
They always were, even back in the 50s. hate to break the news. Yes, grandma was a fucking slut the same way as it was today. There was the whole concept of premarital. You even brought it up yourself as an example. The whole concept of people getting pregnant and then shipped off to, well, out of town, usually different schools, obviously.
Josh, you got to realize though, there's literal videos of chicks nowadays that brag about having 500 bodies.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's the difference: the internet
culture
is
has
offering.
Right.
The internet is advertising I've got this whole standard of like, they're promoting the idea of we're just bagging a whole bunch of people, and then another part of the internet is offering the solution.
No, but
No,
Josh,
that's hookup culture.
But Josh, you have to realize this is what you realize. I didn't have sex in high school. Do you think I was the majority or the minority?
Minority.
Correct. Who is the bigger population, men or women?
Women by like 1 or 2%.
Okay.
Give or take.
So just based on these two facts, if I'm the minority of people in high school not having sex, all right, and there's a majority of women, who's having more sex?
Women. It's always been the case.
Correct. But there's no shame now.
Yeah. The concept of it was mostly under the table. Like, I mean, obviously locker room talk, dudes, bragging about their escapades. That's what I'm saying is there was an internet. There was like the AOL chat rooms in the 90s. I can't really remember. But there wasn't there wasn't a marketing of it.
But Josh,
he's talking about PUAs.
But Josh, in the 1960s, you didn't have half the women in your class that had 20 bodies before they left high school. Like,
there was some definite. No, there definitely were some sluts. Yeah, some. They were definitely the minority.
There was some, but in my high school, that was the majority. Is like the difference is growing up when I went to school 5 years behind you, that the sluts became more than the minority. It wasn't 3 or 4 or 5, 10 girls. It was over half. Like when you have a quarter of the female population in your high school that has herpes in high school, like you can't argue that it's a minority thing.
That is scary.
Yeah. No, I'm not laying claim that we couldn't figure out that society was just all obviously banging everybody, right? What changed is somebody, internet, I don't know who it was marketing the concept that okay, it's okay, the lack of shame. I call it the degeneracy that says, okay, well, we can just go out and bang whoever the hell we want anytime we want. That's even like within the statistics of the virginity number was getting lower and lower over a time period. Like I understood all that concept. My qualm with this is there's an emphasis put on it. And it's like, okay, these are a bunch of degenerate fuckers. Okay, no problem. You just keep those people over there. Yes, it's a growing number of people. Why is the internet being one of the
feminism and pickup artists?
But Josh, you're living in a world that's hopeful, but unfortunately, we're past that point.
No, not the concept of hopeful. We just get to the point where we write shit off. Like say, okay, these are people over here that are just nasty to mess with. You just leave them over there. Don't go over there. Don't associate in any form.
But Josh, it's not that simple. Like it's not that simple. Like unfortunately, when we were kids, like I remember being in school and Eminem dropping an album and my mom wouldn't let me get it because it was explicit. But now the things that we would consider explicit are played on the radio. So like a girl can listen to Pound Town on the radio, but I couldn't listen to an unedited version of a song by Eminem when I was in school. So like we're past that point of hopefulness. Like I understand where you're coming from, but like unfortunately, like when you were my age 20 years ago is different than my age.
20 years ago, I'm not that much older than you, am I? I can't be.
No, but I'm 5 years younger than you. So 20
Okay,
years
yeah,
ago,
5 years
if you
doesn't
were
mean shit.
20, I'd have been 15. The things that are going on for 15-year-olds then are not anywhere near the same now, is my point.
Yeah, I would agree that degeneracy is at an accelerating rate. I definitely agree with that. But again, that's the concept of the marketing that's behind it. Whatever that is, whether it's the internet, the music, the whatever, and all of the influences that are in there. But at the end of the day, like I know you don't like the descriptor of that sounds like easy, but that is really what it is the competition. You've got one group of people says, you know what, this is a bunch of bullshit. Don't participate with it.
But
Just keep those fuckers over there and don't associate with them.
Well,
but
Josh, at the same time, considering that the rate of whatever word you guys want to use, degeneracy, lack of moral compass, whatever, is continuing to accelerate. And
Right?
Therese, this is more pointing to you because you're still in the dating space. The longer you continue to prolong when you decide to actually get married and start reestablishing nuclear families, and not only the family itself, but a nuclear family mindset, the worse it's going to get for the next generation because there's no way to corral it back into the stable if you just keep letting it just go on and on and on. And I think, Therese, I heard you say something. I think you said red pill rage. So the longer men continue to live in that space, it's not going to facilitate things to get any better down the line. At least that's what it looks like to me, because the girls are just going to get that much, I don't know, disgusting, um, and feel like there's no reason for them to not be that way because there's no structure, there's no instruction, there's no man in front of them being like, what the F are you doing? You need to bring your ass home. You know what I mean? And am I getting that right, Savage? My
yeah,
observation.
so like the difference that you're not like Josh, what you're not equating for is like as of today, you have 4% of women are on OnlyFans, which is a higher percentage than teachers. So like
Yeah.
when we were kids, you didn't have 4% of women in porn. So the 4% of OnlyFans doesn't include the women that are in porn. So if you add the women that are in porn, the women that are in sex work, and you add OnlyFans, you're at like 7 to 10% of women. So like that's a crazy high number. Back when our parents were kids, you maybe had 2% of women that were whores.
Right,
So like,
right. I understand the perception of like say going from the 1920s to 2023, right? Like the degeneracy has always been in an accelerated race. No
correct.
argument here, right? No argument there. So it doesn't matter whether it's a 1%, 5%, or I don't know 70% of well, let's just call them horrible women deal with out there, right? Does it actually change anything that a person should just say, okay, look, this group of people, even if it's like, want to call it the 70% of horrible people to deal with, isn't it? What's wrong with the concept of, okay, those people are over there, and now all of a sudden I'm in the minority group. Keep in mind, I did my degeneracy stuff too growing up. Like I ain't nothing special here, right? But what is wrong with me saying, or the prescription being, those group of people are over there. We don't want any part of that crap, and just keep it over there. We're going to stay over here, and there's not going to be any association.
Okay, so question. How many single moms do you think are currently in the United States?
The majority.
I wouldn't say the majority, but how? If you had to give a number out of the population, what percent? Like how many? How many millions?
Let's see here. Would be roughly. Well, I don't know about the millions, but it's roughly 61.4% of of U.S. population.
Okay, so
But now, yeah, the stats probably don't reflect remarriage and stuff like that
okay,
too, right?
so
Like it's kind of a little harder to parse out there.
In summary, there are more single mothers parenting single
Yeah.
households today than any other time in history. The majority of the families have headed by a single mom. In fact, 64% of millennial moms had a child outside of marriage, according to John Hopkins research. 64%. Sir, I got a question for you. How do you become a single mom?
Well, let's see here. By their definition, it's either a child out of wedlock or a person that is no longer married, like they've
It's not-
divorced
no.
and
No,
they're filing
no.
income. Do I?
They don't count divorced women are not considered single moms. What you need to understand is if 64% of women are single moms, that means that at least 64% of moms are fucking raw. So,
Yep.
so if 64% of women are taking dick raw and having children, what percentage of women are just banging randomly?
Oh, shit. 16, 17, 18%.
No,
Guessing.
It'd be like 80%. Like the majority
Yeah.
of like the gross majority of women are just out here banging. So when you say, "Hey, I'm not gonna deal with those women because they're degenerates," really, what like that's like you keep trying to come back to this like very hopeful stance, and that's what the red pill is teaching. It's like, hey, in this climate, you're not gonna find that super unicorn woman out here. You need to understand that the woman.
Yeah. I'm not laying claim that men ought go and find the best within that environment. Of look, here's a woman that's given up her virginity, right? So I'm just going to toss her off to the side. Yeah, there's always options out there, right?
No.
Why should the prescription be for the man to lower his standards? Absolutely should not.
Who said anything about you lowering your standards?
Okay, so if my idea of a wife is I don't want a woman, I won't tolerate a woman that's been touched by another man.
Was your wife a virgin?
Yes.
How old was she when you married her?
She's crap. Right now I think she's 27, 28, 27, 28. God, I'm in trouble now. Yeah, 27, 28. Yeah, because I can't remember the exact year.
How old is your kid?
4.
And is she American?
No.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
If you find a woman that's 24 and a virgin, that's a unicorn in a blizzard.
Well, keep in mind, I took this job at 19, right? So, let's just say my pool of access toward women is a lot bigger than just U.S.
Correct, because you're out of the country. So again,
right,
your wife being in her 20s and a virgin is a unicorn in the United States. When I just looked at the statistic that 64% of women in the United States are single moms.
Right, which tells me that men should just not settle for the standard.
Sir.
I'm not promoting passport bros, though, just to be fair. Like, I'm not promoting that because that comes with a whole set of different problems.
You are being as dense as you're just being dense.
Like slow down, Josh.
Like, you are being dense because everything that you're saying goes to prove the opposite of what you did. It just furthers it. Like, you didn't find the virgin in America. 4% of women are virgins when they get married.
No. What I'm stating is
you're really
if it is the case. If it is the case, it's not. It's if it is the case, you're a typical American dude, right? Why should you settle? There are other options other than just the American.
The red pill isn't about settling, sir.
It's not about settling. It's about realizing the reality of the world that you live in. And not every person wants to fly 12 hours or 15 hours to get married. All right? Not every person works for the government and wants to be in another country for half of their life to get a virgin.
What? It's true. It's true. Like I think only 11 or 14% of the U.S. population actually has a valid passport. Don't know why that is, but yeah, it's true that most guys don't want to, can't do it at that given time.
Sir,
I'm just saying.
I could easily leave this country to a place where they allow felons to travel to, but I don't want to leave this country because there's nothing outside this country that I find to be of value. I don't want to be.
Just want to point out, there's a vast majority of countries with a felony conviction you can go to. Like there's a shit ton of them.
Correct, sir. And I don't.
Right.
I don't want to go to
Right.
a piece of shit country to find a wife in a piece of shit place.
America first.
So unfortunately, the majority of women have had penis or have had a child. So the red pill is to teach men the reality of their circumstance and how to maneuver through that.
Okay, so what is the prescription being given? Which is what we started from was.
It depends. It depends on what you're looking for.
Oh, okay. So the typical guy. Use Jerice. Jerice, what type of woman?
I got you, Josh. I got you. Ask me a question.
Yeah. What type of what type of woman would you consider marriage for?
Nothing too specific. I'm just looking for a chick who's probably like a 7.5 in the looks department. All she's really got to do is just be a little chill, hang around the house, maybe be into anime and video games. Nothing too specific.
Housewife type,
criteria
modern woman. Yeah,
But
housewife type, modern woman.
Hold on, Josh. At the same time, because I remember this from lots of other conversations. Understanding the nature of women isn't only understanding the nature of women that you want to date. It's the nature of women that you surround yourself with as well, including the future woman that you might raise as a daughter. So if you're just looking at this lens of trying to date someone, I think you're missing a little bit of the ball, because it also helps you to understand how to navigate the world with women in it, period. Not just the ones that you want to date.
True. Like for me, I date a lot of Latinas, so you know me, no habla inglés, so you know it is what it is.
No.
But Josh, you have to realize that as a dude, you're not raised to understand how women communicate. When a woman says blue, she doesn't necessarily mean blue. That can mean 16 different other things. Women communicate words on how they feel, not necessarily what they mean. But you're not.
I was under the assumption that is the thing that we learn navigating, say, like middle school, high school, and all of that stuff.
How are you going to understand that in middle school and high school when women don't understand that in middle school and high school? You can have grown women tell you that all they want you to do is listen to them, and they don't fucking know what they mean. So, like,
here's a concept. How did you figure out what puppy love was? You know, the whole, like, let me kick you or shit under the table? I don't know, whatever the childish shit is.
How many women have you slept with?
Yourself, man.
Josh, how many women How many women have you slept with?
Yeah, I would never disclose a number. I'm not like that's to me that's like low class. I can't do it.
Sir, you married a woman outside the country. I think you're not above saying how many women you've slept with. Or
I have a specific standard of class. I would never discuss my.
You live in a third world country. Don't talk to me about class.
Ooh, that hurts. That almost hurts. Except for I don't really particularly care. Lots of upperclassmen have dual nationality. That doesn't mean anything.
Are you a multimillionaire, sir?
Does that include property assets?
That would make your ass like. Why would it not be property assets, sir?
Well, I mean, because people measure differently. Am I upper class? And am I of the 37? Hold up. If you're asking me, am I upper class, aka am I taxed at the 37% bracket? The answer is yes. There's certain things I don't disclose.
Sir,
Like one of them would be how many bodies I have. Is it a contradictory statement for me to say, hey, look, I'll have like, I don't know,
Sure.
a few women before marriage, but I'm going
Sir.
to make a demand that I have a virgin
Josh.
wife? The answer is yes.
Josh, listen. If I ask you if you're a multimillionaire and you ask me if property values are included in that, you obviously know in order to be a millionaire or classified as a millionaire, you have to have assets that are worth more than $1 million, sir. So the fact that you asked me that dumbass question would mean that you're not of upper class. Just because you earn higher money and you live in a third world country that costs more money doesn't mean that you're higher class.
Fine. Here's my tax bracket. 37%. It is the top tax bracket within the United States.
Sir, you're
That's
a federal
the income
agent.
tax bracket. Yes. That is not the only, it's not the only thing I deal with.
Sir, you're a federal agent. You've been in the federal government most of your life. So it doesn't make any sense for me not to believe that you would be in the top 1% of taxes.
No, not top 1%. No.
Sir,
Why are you being
what tax
difficult?
bracket is 37%?
The top tax bracket, but it is not the 1%.
Sir, do you understand what the 1% tax bracket means?
The 37% is not the top 1% of U.S. population, not even by close far.
Sir,
It doesn't take a lot.
What is the top tax bracket, sir?
37%. I think it's 517, 520. I have to go back and look again. It keeps getting reclassified, but 520
top
something.
Tax bracket is over $400,000. Once you hit $400,000, it doesn't matter what you make. You're in the top tax bracket. So again, how is it that I'm lower class and I can explain this much better than you can? And I've asked you multiple questions and you keep being wishy-washy on my answers.
Because when I answer the question I wouldn't be able to answer that. If you want to ask what tax bracket I am, that's where it's at.
Sir, 1%, the top 1% would be in the top tax bracket. You understand that, right?
No, absolutely not. The top 1% of U.S. population is not. No.
Sir, what percentage of people do you think makes over $400,000 a year?
So like the idea of being a millionaire is absolutely nothing. Like the new million is like the billion thing, right?
A millionaire means you have $1 million in hard assets, sir. The tax bracket is over $400,000 is the top 1%.
No.
Yes.
No. So Elon Musk would be top 1%. Zuckerberg, probably Gates. Would anybody be close to that? No.
Sir.
There's still a whole 12% range within there.
The fact that you're trying to compare yourself to the very top is what makes you retarded.
Not even close to them.
1% is over 400,000, sir.
No, that's actually the top 12%, give or take.
It's not, sir. The top 10%.
It absolutely is.
Sir, the top 10% in America is over 100,000.
The top 12% are at the top tax bracket.
Better or yearly income, annual income, or net worth?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the income, the tax bracket.
Yeah, well, that's got to be 1%. $400,000 for a household is a lot of money.
No, see, that's the thing is people think of that like in the concept of, oh, I have a job and I make that kind of money. No, you have multiple businesses, you hit that kind of money. And you also get screwed over with the taxes that come with it, right? It's not like that much of an achievement. It's really around 12% of the population. It's actually a fairly decent number.
No way. More than 1 out of 10 people makes that much money. No way.
I'm sorry. Speak up a little bit.
That would be like that would be like 1 out of 10, or even more. That would be like more than 1 out of 10. 1.2 out of 10 making 400,000 a household? That no way.
That's
Who
their
is that?
data from the IRS. That's their data. They're telling you that these businesses and these families have this level income.
Josh, what is the point? You're derailing
He
the
asked the
conversation.
question. I gave the answer. Now he's laying claim that no, it's got to be something else. Okay.
No, he was asking you something very specific that had to do with our conversation, and then you said it was
Yes.
low class for you to answer that. and now
I'll
we're
give you
talking about
this.
something completely different.
Here, I'll make it real simple. To answer your
Let's circle
question,
back
the
to
answer is I am
conversation.
upper. Yeah, I am
So
upper
you're a
class, Savage.
multimillionaire,
What else would you
trans,
like to know? Like what exactly is the point? Yes, I'm
Let's
upper
circle back
class.
to the
What's the
conversation.
question?
Hey, sir, do you know what percentage you have to make to be top 1% in the United States?
Crap. You would generally have to be a billionaire.
No,
B,
sir.
not M.
The top 1% is $410,000 is 1%, sir.
Yeah, that's yeah.
That's the government, sir. That's not you trying to downplay what money you make and say
That's the IRS will tell you 12%. That's who gets basically taxed at 37%, roughly about 12% of the population. That's coming from the IRS.
$5,000 a month. 35,000 or so. That's not 1 out of 10 people making $35,000 a month.
Oh my God! So if I okay. After this, I'll bring up the IRS data.
Well, we're not saying you don't make that. It's just that you are not. It's not 1 out of 12. It's
No, I'm not the top 1%. Not even close.
Oh, hey, Blue Jay, my beautiful snow queen. How you doing?
Oh, you just now noticed me recently.
Forgot to say hello to my favorite snow bunny.
Thank you. Thank you for going back to somebody. I didn't appreciate the other term, and I was not going to stand for that.
I love you.
I love you too. I forgive you.
I can
But
barely
get-
hear
Snow
you.
here. He said only you can be called Snowbunny until you're 24.
Can you
Yeah,
turn up your
get-
volume?
Please, Nina.
What?
Okay, so,
Yeah,
Please, Nina. I was
So-
asking Blue if she can turn up her volume. Please, Nina.
Oh,
What?
is my volume? Oh, you know what? I need to get my AirPods. Hold
Hey,
on.
Josh.
My iPad sucks. I'll be back.
Yeah, what's up?
okay, so if you make $597,000, you are the top 1% in the United States. Do you make $597,000?
Yes, I'm taxed at the 37% mark federally. Yes.
Okay, so that would mean you are 1%. To be a top 1% earner in the United States, you need to bring in an annual salary of at least $597,815. This means that the other 99% of the United States makes less than this amount per year. So again, does Elon Musk make $597,815?
By his classification system, the answer is actually no, because he doesn't hit that tax bracket, but that's because he doesn't draw his income that way.
Okay. So again, I'm going to ask you the question. Does Elon Musk make $597,815 a year?
According to how that's get
Yes,
probably.
sir.
Does he have access to that type of assets?
That's not what I
Yes.
said, sir.
Does he
make
draw that income? The answer
Sir.
is no.
You're answering the question like a woman that's waffling for an answer. Does he?
Jesus Christ. Is he taxed at 37%? The answer is no.
Does he make $597,815 a year?
No. No.
Is Elon Musk 1%?
Yes.
Are you 1%?
No.
Okay. I rest my case. Welcome to my TED Talk.
It's not a semantics argument, right? So that tax bracket is the amount that you bring in, right? So an example would be how Elon Musk collects his money.
Sir,
He doesn't.
Does he not
He
collect
puts
money?
it in, takes a loan against the stocks against it, which is not a
Sure.
taxable income.
Sir, does he make that much money?
No,
Then he's not 1%.
he is.
He's not then. If he
So
doesn't,
your concept of does he make it? According to the IRS, the answer is no. And it's because it's a non-taxable income. He doesn't get paid like, oh, you get a paycheck, you get the money in your account. He pays, or in most cases, he pays himself in stocks. He then takes a loan against that stock. That stock is a non-taxable income. Plus, it's a tax deduction. So shit, double whammy. But
Josh, do you hear my voice?
yes.
I understand that I have this pale face and these face tats and I'm a convicted felon, but I do understand the tax code and I do understand income and I do understand that he does not earn that amount of money. But you are saying he's 1%. And
he is 1% because he owns the assets. Then the answer is yes.
Sir, I understand what you're saying, but he doesn't earn that income. And you said that you do earn that income. And
correct.
Okay, so you're not 1%, but the guy that doesn't earn that income isn't. That's correct. What I want you to understand.
Correct.
And you're full of shit.
No, because what you're calling income is the amount of revenue that goes into your pocket according to the IRS. The answer is no. There's a big difference. That's like our entire tax system is operating this way. I just can't seem to get to the point where I can get those type of tax deductions. That's the problem.
Because you don't own businesses like that. But Josh, again,
I don't own enough.
Again, Josh, so again, I just want you to realize that you didn't understand the concept when it comes down to why the red pill was needed or what the purpose was. But then when I asked you if you were a 1%er, you told me no, but you are a 1%er, but you're trying to raffle the definition of a 1%er. So we don't need to talk about what the red pill is going to fix because obviously you can't understand it. But you also don't understand what a 1%er is either, and you're arguing that point as well, is my point.
No, because you use the word income. Income, the answer is no. I do, he doesn't. There's a big difference, right? I can't get paid in stock options, right? So I don't have that option available to me. So I have to I have to take that type of income and I have to get hit with that tax bracket, right? It's not exactly a revenue or like a semantics concept. It's a function concept. Now, when society says, well, you're the top 1%, Jesus Christ, there's a huge number of people that hit that mark. Roughly, according to the IRS, 12% of U.S. population. There's a shit ton of multi-business owners that hit that type of revenue. That's why they get taxed at that bracket. It sucks, but it is what it is. We just don't call them 1%ers. I'm sorry, did my internet drop?
Nah.
Okay.
Savage, still there, bud?
He's on mute.
So and I'm not trying to be super disrespectful, and that's what I explained with the idea of like these terms. Like, so from my understanding, the manosphere was just really just like a yes pro male, but it was an anti-feminist position, which obviously is going to be pro male just by that concept, right? So
Close
if
enough,
it is the case that, if it is the case that these social terms mean something else, then you're right, I don't understand it. And maybe that could be the case. So now it's just a language barrier, but I don't operate.
It's outside the realm of your understanding because you grew up outside the circumstances of what the content is supposed to apply to.
Right.
So because you had your dad and all these other things, you can't get it. It's impossible for you.
That could be
it's
the
also
case.
going to be even further impossible if you don't let someone explain it to you so you can actually hear what he's saying, as opposed to being so myopic in terms and then derailing it into a completely different conversation.
I didn't derail it. I just simply don't operate off of those definitions.
But
he's arguing for a definition.
Jay.
You did, and you're doing it right now. Hi, Jay.
Is my mic better?
Yeah.
Because
Yes,
it's
better now.
Oh, awesome.
'Cause
Thanks
it's
for
a-
telling me, Nina, because I would have no idea. I
Hey,
hate when that
Josh.
happens and you don't know. So I appreciate that.
Hey, Josh.
Apologize. Yes, Savage.
So this is how you would sell this conversation. Is Elon Musk a 1%er? Yes.
Yes.
Joshua Jones, are you a 1%er? Yes.
No.
Yes. Those are the correct answers to sell this conversation. The fact that technically Elon Musk does not bring in 1%er income because of the way that he uses the tax code, but you who brings in that much money, which is a 1%er, doesn't, like, that's the disconnect here. And what you have to realize is, sir, you're, regardless of what the point of the manosphere is, if your contention is that the manosphere or the red pill or Fresh and Fit or any dude that does not like feminism is an issue with feminism, you married a woman outside of America, which is more likely not to be a feminist, because most women aren't going to be feminist and be virgins at 23 or 24 years old. So
wait. To be fair, feminism has reached Asia, and it's been here for like the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Sir, 6 years compared to 110 years is different, sir.
True. True.
So,
like, definitely there's differences between the two, but
correct.
Feminism does exist here. I don't know if I would lay claim that Asia just doesn't. The difference slightly is that their society hasn't, like, basically like do the whole TikTok shaking your ass kind of thing. Like, it's here, but real tiny numbers. Whereas within the US, it's a lot more prone. It's more public. It's here. There's definitely a lot of slutty women here. It's just not out in the open.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
But again, sir, the difference you have to realize is that in any time period, there was always sluts, but those women were shamed.
Correct.
Sluts is the culture in America, which is feminism. So again, what you're not connecting is the fact that if you go back to the 1500s, you could go to a brothel, but those brothels weren't making married women. But the fact of the matter is, you can come to America and marry a woman, and she had a train ran on her in high school with the football team. So you're trying to compare, and you have some sort of issue with the red pill or the content creator you've seen, or there's something that's bothering you that won't allow you to absorb what I'm telling you.
The prescription. So here would be the example, like you stated with the brothel of, they're not making, they're just basically hookers. They're not trying to turn them into wives, right? I'm trying to understand of what is the deal with the prescription here, and I'm trying to use your prescription. Like you're saying that, okay, 80% of the women. That's why I tried to get you down, because I told you this was the prescription that I had a contention with, aka one, Fresh and Fit prescribing men ought have like 50 bodies before they decide to, like, get serious with a woman. Rollo Tomasi giving the prescription men ought get a vasectomy. I'm pretty sure we talked about the
But
go ahead.
You have to realize that Fresh and Fit read Romo Tomasi's information, and they come from the same school, and even they disagree with the vasectomy with Rollo Tomasi.
They too.
Josh, real quick. You have to realize Fresh and Fit and Rollo Tomasi are part of the pickup artist crowd that tell guys to be macho and bro, just go out and bang the chicks.
So
that's different than normal manosphere content.
So correct me here.
It's
Is
not
Fresh and
married.
Fit part of the red pill community that you guys were talking about,
Yes.
or is he a different? Oh, okay. So I'm not misunderstanding it.
No, you have to realize red pill is a philosophy of understanding the nature of women in the reality that we live in. Red pill means
Fresh
the
and Fit
truth.
tell you that, hey, women are sluts. Be a guy, get as buff as you can, look as physically fit as you can, and just go bang the sluts.
But how do they act when they meet someone they like? They're caping for these women so much they like get in soft mode and like they baby them. So they lie and they're all fake.
They're not fake, but what you have to realize is you have to like Fresh and Fit, like just like Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuel was talking about a high value man. Not every person is a high value man. So Fresh and Fit is talking from the sense that if you want to have the best options in the market, you need to do said things. Josh, the guy that hasn't had sex with 50 women, that married a woman outside of the country that is a federal agent, isn't necessarily their demographic. They don't expect a federal agent to be a top 1% earner. So, again,
Wasn't
I
Myron?
like the fake version of them better because they're more genuine when they try to act like really cool and kick the women out and act, just talk to women like, oh, we need several of you, we can't be just one woman, and that's too bad. But then when they actually like someone, they're really sweet. Like the girl that does his Fed Reacts. If you watch that channel, the Hispanic girl,
Blue,
he's cute.
Blue, you have to realize that Fresh and Fit are talking that if you work they said it multiple times, if you work yourself to be the man, which would be a top 10% earner, why would you settle for a woman when you've worked your ass off to get there for them to like you? That's what their point is. Fresh and Fit
I know what it is. I've watched it a lot.
Fresh and Fit, Josh, is for a demographic of man, because not every man can be a top 10% earner. So that is not the red pill in general. It is just a segment of the red pill. Just like if you look
very small segment too.
Well, Myron says he wants several wives, right?
He's
then
Muslim.
He falls in love with
he's Muslim.
co-host.
He's
but
Muslim.
He is like very in love with that woman that's on the show, and it's cute. I think it's a better version of him. The way he like is really sweet to her, and he doesn't treat her like he tells men to treat women, which I think, like I said, that's a good thing. I like Myron better that way.
But look at Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp has been on their show multiple times, and he's married to a single mom.
Oh, that guy's a loser. He's not even real. He said that was his niece, and it's his daughter.
It's his stepdaughter, but again,
his stepdaughter.
Well, right, but he's a fraud.
But again, the point that yeah, CT also isn't broke and doesn't he doesn't need no donations for Starbucks. But every time you send super chats, he says he's buying water and coffee. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is there's some you can't prescribe these vast generalizations to content creators because their job isn't for everybody. The red pill is the nature of women.
Right.
All I'm saying, their message though is very clear, and they fit the qualifications to act upon their message. They can practice what they preach. But when it comes down to it, when they're in love with somebody or they like a woman, remember when Fresh had that one he liked that white girl that came on that he met on the yacht. I don't know if you watched it like that. I watched it like all the damn time. But he was so sweet, and they were remember they were calling him a Sam and everything because he was like really nice to her, and so kind of like they can do what they want, but what?
Blue Jay.
What?
Stop. Just stop. I'm trying to explain something to Josh, and you interjecting is not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not helping Josh's problem.
Can I ask this? Let me see if I'm getting this part mixed up. So I named a couple. So Fresh and Fit, Rolo, just because. Hold on, wait. Is it the case,
Josh? I'm gonna make this simple. Do you invest money?
Okay. Obviously, yes.
Are you a certified broker?
No.
Why not?
No. I believe it's you need licensing certification. I wouldn't do all that.
He goes
Okay,
to teach or to handle his business.
So you're not so you're not an investor then, right?
I assume like you take money and dump it into business. That's an investment. Am I wrong?
Well, you're not certified, correct?
Correct.
All right, so then you're not an investor.
Okay. That's like
do you see my point where I'm going here?
like a definitional thing?
No, my point is that you can be a retail investor, you can invest in businesses, you can be a certified broker to where you can buy and sell stocks to other people legally. But regardless if you're investing in Robinhood or you're investing with your BlackRock, you're still an investor, correct?
I was going to assume so. That's what I answered for.
Okay. So the fact that you're not a certified broker does not mean that you're not an investor. Just like Fresh and Fit talk about being the top 10% and banging broads when you get to that point does not mean that they're the only part of the manosphere. There are people in the space that are end up getting married. So that's my point. Because if you're an investor and you're
No, that wasn't my point at all. I didn't make the claim that, Fresh and Fit are the representatives of the red pill. My claim specifically was I don't comprehend. My issue with the red pill community is the prescription. And I went down a list of, well, I guess 2 groups.
Sure.
Because I assume
There is
assume
no
that in popularity.
prescription, Josh.
If there is no prescription,
sure.
Okay. So there is no prescription. Then the red
Sure.
pill community, why should I pay attention to
They
it?
have very strict guidelines and principles, right? I mean,
Sir,
like
you're not
I understand
listening.
that, Josh.
Fresh and Fit's prescription is to fuck 50 women and to get your money together so that women chase you. All right. Then you have other people that talk about working on yourself and getting married and having a family. Then you have other people that decide to get their money together and go to other countries and marry women there. Every genre in the manosphere has their own prescription. It depends on what it is that you want. If you want to go to Thailand and have sex with boys, then that is a different prescription
Savage,
than
can I
the
ask you a
guy that wants to
question?
get married and have children.
Okay. I got you. Now
I have a genuine question. I've wanted to ask somebody that's red pilled this for a long time, but you can finish, Josh. But when it's my turn, Savage, I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
Are you sure? Okay, Josh,
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you. Okay, this is one thing I've always wondered. One thing I think that does seem like a common theme throughout the red pill is that men can have multiple partners, but it's a strike against women, right? Because their value is based on their young, and then they get worse as they get older, versus the opposite for men. Okay, I get that, and I don't disagree. However, where are these men expecting to find all the sex if all women follow their principles and don't have sex until they're married? So they would kind of be screwed. Well, not literally, but they'd be up shit's creek if they wanted to have all this random casual sex. Where would they get it if they're what?
If I sent you 10 grand right now, who would be screwed?
You.
Okay. So if I don't send you 10 grand, am I screwed?
No.
Okay. There you go.
But no, where would you get the sex though if women did what they told them to do? If women behaved the way they told them to behave, they would not have anybody to have sex with. But that's part of their point, is that we can have sex with many women as we want.
But you have to realize that it's not the majority of men that are just getting random sex from people.
They can't, but that's not part of. But I'm saying the part of their philosophy is that.
You mean the fact that men say they want virgins?
Yeah, exactly. But then they also say that they can come in with multiple bodies. They can have women on the side. That's men's nature.
But which you're conflating two things. If all the women in the United States were virgins, men wouldn't need a bunch of bodies. But the fact that women are fucking like rabbits, men have to have more experience than the woman they're with. Because if you've slept with 20 dudes and I've slept with one female, you are going to text your friends and clown me for not knowing how to fuck.
Yeah, he was trashing
I
bed.
don't think that's as common as you guys think with women. I don't talk
Ma'am,
about my stuff with women. I don't have any
ma'am,
friends that tell me.
ma'am,
That's just my opinion. I've never heard of
ma'am.
that.
Women have whole group chats where they send dick pics to each other. Like, the fact of the matter is women like, you don't like what people women don't realize is you guys put a burden of performance on men that you don't want to realize. Like, I can't have horrible dick and not know what to do, and get married and last for 40 years. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, so you're saying if the women did what the men were telling them to do, they wouldn't have to. They would just get married then to
Yes,
them.
if women
Okay, that makes
if
sense.
if women didn't have sex with dudes and men could just marry them, then the whole thing of men sleeping with a bunch of women wouldn't be necessary.
Okay,
Because
What
it,
you
so
need
it'd
that's
to
be a
not
realize,
1-to-1
ideal.
ratio.
what
So
you need to
ideally, they don't have to have a bunch of women. It's not like they
no,
want
but,
both. Okay.
but what you have to realize is men want virgins, but there are not virgins. So the other side of that is Fresh and Fit saying, hey, you guys need to be experienced with women before you try to settle down and tame a woman and be married. Because if you aren't sexually satisfying, if you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to keep her. So you're going to get married and get raped when it comes to
Okay, so
court.
that's the part that I think makes no sense. They should get married younger. That would be the best solution.
Yes, but women don't want to get married young. That's the
I thought
issue.
they said the men don't reach their peak in their financial. Like Kevin Simons will tell men not to get married right away, like till they're in their 30s or after
Yes,
27, you could be high value, blah blah.
You
because
can get
no,
married whenever, Blue Jay, but the fact is that men
these
don't
women.
hit their peaks until a certain age
Nina,
financially.
go ahead. Let's let you talk because you keep unmuting and I know you're getting cut off. So Nina, just you tear it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute. Thanks for answering my question, Savage.
No, it's fine. I agree. And I was going to say that I can attest. I know when one of my girlfriends has had a bad night or a bad situation with a guy, more than I know that she's had a happy one. And they will drag you for filth if you were a lousy fuck. This is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Wow,
literally
that's crazy.
listened to my
Definitely
ex
go on the
talk
wall and shame
to
me.
her
Okay.
mom about me. Like, it was
See, I would have
crazy.
to have enough respect and like have an affection for a man to have sex with in the first place. So I would already be at that point where I would want to be like I'd care enough about him. So maybe that's the difference.
But Blue Jay, how old are you?
Depends if you're mad at him or not.
How what? How? Well, I've
I
been
said
married
it
twice. I've been
depends.
in a long. My first marriage I was with him for 11 years, and then I was married again, just like 3-year relationship. It didn't last long. We didn't have kids, but so I've spent a lot of my life in long-term relationships. So maybe
But
I
how
just.
old are you?
Well, I don't want to say exactly because there's doxers, but I'm like around 40-ish.
Okay, so the fact that you're older and you have children is different because when women have children, their perspective on life changes. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, what you have to understand is like, okay, I'll give you a great example. The first time I had sex with my son's mom, she got pregnant. I'm fertile.
Wow.
She was fertile. All right. She
Yeah.
was pregnant. We knew she was pregnant within 10 days. She started having morning sickness within 3 days, within 10
Damn.
days of us having sex and me blowing my load in her. And I was like,
That's
how
crazy.
long have you been having morning sickness? She was like, oh, well, my stomach's hurt for 3 days. I was like, we need to take a piss test. She was pregnant.
Wow.
I asked her to marry me. Do you know what she told me?
I think I heard you say it on the thing. It's too much commitment or something. I heard you say it on CT's
She
thing. I
said
remember she
that
said no.
she said marriage was too much of a commitment.
Yeah, I
So
remember
That's
saying that.
crazy.
No
she
way. I thought
she
people
Well,
made that
okay, I
up.
can no listen though. I will say this: I got pregnant. My ex-husband and we were dating. We were exclusive and everything, but we weren't married when I got pregnant. And he did say, "Well, we should get married." And I said, "No, because I've seen people get divorced a lot, and kids don't keep a marriage. So let's just wait." So I guess I was but I didn't not want to ever get married. We did, but I just
but
wanted to not make it because of pregnancy. So I
so for me, I've wanted to be a father since I was 7 years old. That's all I ever wanted in life was to
That's
be a
cute.
dad. All right. And as soon as I got a woman pregnant, I was 15 months sober. I said, "Hey, I'm going to marry you." All right. She said no, because it's too much commitment.
Savage, I was told that was just a red pill talking point, and that
Okay.
doesn't happen in real life.
No, but to be fair, you guys had only had sex within the
Well,
last
look at baby mama
couple
culture.
weeks.
It obviously does happen in real life.
But my
Look how
son,
many. I mean, it's like glamorized to be a baby mama these days.
yeah, my son's mom is black and I'm white. And I was 26 when I had my kid, and she was 20. She was 23 when she got I was 26 when she got pregnant, and she was 23 when she got pregnant. She's now 30. All right. So the point that I'm trying to make is there are clearly women out here that are scared of commitment just as much as men are, because women are on these YouTube streets. They're in the media saying that men beat them, men cheat, men are horrible monsters. They're just two arms and two legs that beat them and have sex with them and rape them. That is a thing. So, like, there is a younger generation of women that have been hearing all the negative stories that other women tell that don't want to get committed. So,
I think
like,
it's that they hear it, they see it. Their parents, they've literally witnessed it.
ma'am, the numbers show that when it comes to domestic violence, women are more likely to be the ones that are whooping a man's butt.
Oh, I believe that. I'm talking about marriages not lasting or families being broken up. Like a lot of girls will see their moms not get married or divorce, or I mean, I'm even guilty of that. I've been divorced twice. I don't have any room to talk, and I come from both parents have been on their
Yeah,
third marriage. So it's
but
it's
again,
generational.
but again, women are more willing to walk away from a relationship than men are. Like, my wife just spent 7 days not talking to me over me having 2 drinks last week. But I didn't stop doing. I cleaned her car off in the morning before I went to work. I took the trash out. I did all the things I was supposed to do. My wife is a Christian, and my wife is not the one that's into just leaving. So, like, we just didn't talk, and she was mad at me and angry. But the point is these girls don't have that same attitude. So, like, it is quite common for one. Like, there's girls that get pregnant just to get benefits and to get money from the dude. Drake has to put hot sauce in his condom.
Yeah.
Like,
I was told I was
Right.
making that up, Savage. I'm
No,
just
he
saying.
did. Some women
Yeah.
put it inside her too, so she
I
tried to
was
sue him.
told there was no women that get pregnant just for benefits.
Yeah,
That's
so
made
like,
up, bro.
what you have to realize is your average dude, black or white, in high school has had less sex than the average woman that's in high school with him. So the reason that you hear these talking points is because women want dudes that have more experience than them. That's part of your nature. Just like it's part of our nature to want a woman that has less experience than we do. So, like, becomes hard when women are having crazy amounts of sex, because most dudes are not attractive to women. Most women don't find men attractive. Like, this is proven in dating app data. So that's the problem. When you're listening to Fresh and Fit, you have to understand that they're talking about a whole picture rather than just one thing. So, like, yes, the millionaires are going to fuck as many women as they can because women want to fuck millionaires. That's why Led Zeppelin and every group in the 60s, 70s, and 80s had groupies. Like, this is a proven fact that women act this way. But the difference is back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, those women were called groupies. Today, there aren't groupies. They're just women.
Yeah, I wonder, do you think it may have something to do with the fact that men are the pursuers, so they choose who they date, they go after what they want, where women don't really have that ability, that option to go after what they want. They kind of have to see who comes after them and then decide if it's what they want. And so maybe that's why men are more apt to want to get married, because they actually select, I want to marry her, and then they can try. But if a woman sees a man that she wants, like, is interested, she kind of has to wait for him to come to her.
No, because the reason that men want to get married is because men want to have a family. Women have the benefit of not having to have a family.
I don't think women didn't want that. I'm just saying they don't. They kind of have to take who takes them, whereas men get to go out and hunt for what they want and try to capture their prey. But like women have to just see who captures them. And so maybe women are a little more hesitant because
They're not.
they.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
not that
wasn't. My
Blue Jay.
daughter's getting married. My daughter's 22, and she's getting married. They're amazing. He's an electrician, actually, and she's getting married. No babies. They're very responsible, and I'm so proud of her. But so, I mean, yeah, my family's that way. But I'm taking it as a whole. I'm not just speaking for me.
But again, Blue Jay, have you had sex with dudes you didn't marry?
Yeah,
Of course. So there you go. That's my point. The fact that the way that culture is women have the ability to fuck dudes and not get married. It fucks up. It fucks up the dating market.
but those men still try to have sex with me without giving me a ring first.
Yes, but the difference is women don't want to get married. Like I can have sex with you all I want, but if you don't want to get married, we can't make a family.
I think that's where women get confused because we're supposed to be submissive and give the man what he wants. And I'm not saying I do that. If I don't want to have sex with him, I'm not having sex with him, period. But, in that way, it's kind of contradictory because if a man's trying to, like, be physical with you and you're really resistant, that's seen as, like, argumentative and not cooperative and blah, blah, blah. But, like,
No,
I don't subscribe to all that crap because I just feel like
but
I'm, like, I've been
Blue
through too
Jay,
much to look at that shit.
this is what you have to realize. The whole dating market is based on women. If I want to have sex and you don't, we don't. If you do and I do, we do. If I want to get married and you don't, we don't. If we want to get married, we get married. If you want to cheat on me, we don't. We don't stay married. You cheated on me. Like
Yeah, I
women,
get that. I don't understand the cheating thing. I would never, I don't,
women
yeah, no.
have a women have a large component of what the dating market is. And anytime that men bring up the dating market, we get shamed for being bitchy or crying or whining about women, or we get told we picked wrong. But the problem is if I go upstairs right now with my wife who's sleeping and start whooping her ass and she makes a live stream about how she's going to divorce me, women are going to come up and be like, yeah, you shouldn't put up with that. And yeah, you don't deserve that. And you can find better. But if I come up here and make a live stream about how my wife had a fucking gangbang by 17 dudes, no one's going to say, hey, your wife is a piece of shit. It's not your fault. They're going
You
to
should have
say,
chose better.
They won't?
they're going to
That
say,
shocks me.
what did you do?
Yeah.
Why didn't
I
you
would
choose
say you
better?
don't deserve that. You deserve better. I
No,
would
they'll say,
never
what did he do?
protect that woman. Never. That's
Nah, they're gonna say you should have saw the red flags coming a mile away.
yeah. I don't know
Mhm.
what these women are. They're weird.
So, Savage, you're bringing up an old memory that's like water way over the bridge now in my relationship. When Greg and I first got together, because we have an age gap, we're 13 years apart. I think, yeah, like 13 years. One of the things that over time, once we got really serious, that he had confessed to me that he was concerned about was that he thought that he wasn't going to be compatible enough to me physically. Like he wasn't going to be able to perform. But
Correct.
the more that he got to know me, he realized that well, I didn't have a lot of mileage anyway because I wasn't dating men at all, like for the most part. So he told me that once he realized that I wasn't lying about that, because he started to meet like my family and my friends and started to also just see my behavior. He was like, you really don't have a lot of experience with being with men, do you? I said, no, I told you I didn't. He said, in my I feel kind of selfish telling you this, but in a way it kind of made me feel more relieved that you have more first experiences with me. So he said that to me a while back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we
that's
don't want a chick that's been ran through. Like, come on now.
well,
Yeah.
it's not even so much. It's not even just that, but it's like right now, Blue Jay. If my wife went to Jamaica and got
Yeah.
railed out by some Jamaicans. All right.
Mhm.
And then I took her back to the same place in Jamaica on our anniversary, on our 10-year. I got a question for you. If she told her friends, hey, I went back to Jamaica. You remember when I went to Jamaica in 2010 and I met that dude in Jamaica? I'm going to get
Yes.
clowned. I'm going to get clowned for taking her back to the same place that she got her fucking throat.
Even though you didn't know. Well, it shouldn't matter. She should have told, like,
She's
you
not
should,
going to
you know,
tell me that,
I should have said I have a bad memory that I've been there, and it's just like,
but
I'd
she's
rather go
not
somewhere
going
else
to.
if you don't mind.
But she's not going to tell me. But her friends know, and she's going to tell her friends that we're going back to that same place. Like
Okay, I guess the way
that's
I
the
was
point.
raised and the way I was, what always was my marriage, I didn't talk to people. My husband was top priority. Like, I didn't talk to people about our things. I would never say anything disrespectful about him to anyone else. If I ever confided anyone, it was my mother, you know. So I guess I think of it differently because even if I'm dating someone, I don't tell things to be rude. I mean, I guess it's just a different way of thinking, but no, especially if you want a future with that person. Why would you want a future with someone you don't respect and you're already going to be,
I agree.
basically,
To me,
so,
to me,
but I could see
this
that women
really
if you guys say that.
It's
this really
trifling,
sounds strange.
honestly, but I have heard that before.
It really sounds strange because people are describing it as the media are proposing a problem exists and then also proposing a solution. This is weird to me because
When you say the
I guess people.
media, who do you mean?
Well, media could be anything from talk radio. Like, it's not a new concept, like what the internet was doing. Talk radio was doing this shit like 20 years ago easily.
No, I
It's
just
not
need to
a
know
new.
like which aspect are you coming from? Like, because
What are you
conservative
talking
media
about?
is like, hey, kids, get
Media
married, and
media could be media could be modern day YouTube going all the way back to Dear Abby in the 40s.
so just wanted to make
It would
sure.
seem like the larger the problem is too many damn people getting too damn involved in society in the first place.
I'm not following you, Josh. What are you talking about?
So the concept of seeking out people to gossip or talk about problems, and then also seeking out people to find solutions. To me, this just sounds strange.
But
There's
Josh,
I think it's
actually
just it's a disrespect. They don't, they're getting involved with people on a deep level, like sexually and vacationing and things like that, but they don't really care for them yet. And you should build the care, and like you should have a certain level of almost like a affection and protection against that person. Like you would want to protect them from being embarrassed or
I wasn't
before
I
Josh,
you
wasn't
cross that
talking about
line.
I
Josh,
wasn't talking about an individual. I was literally talking about
Josh,
like the groups of people, the red pill community, I guess.
Josh.
Oh, I lost you then too. Sorry, I thought you were talking about what we
Yeah,
were
I
saying. What
lost you
Savage
there
said,
too.
like the vacation and talking about to
Yeah,
your
we were
friends.
talking
Okay.
about something more personal. Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah.
what year is your car?
2020 my truck 2021, something like that.
Why isn't it not a 2018? Why is it not? Why is it not a 1980?
Why is the one that I drive when I'm stateside not an older vehicle?
Yeah.
Cost effective with maintenance.
Okay, so what year's your TV? What year did you buy
Which
it?
which one? I guess the TV that I have here. It's I don't know 5 years ago
Why
when I
is it not
first got the apartment.
Why is it not 20
Do
years
what?
old? Why is your TV not 20 years old?
I don't think it's available. Are the old Zeniths still available? I've never seen one.
Zeniths are older than 20 years, sir. But why don't you have a 20-year-old TV?
I've never seen a 20-year-old TV, so I wasn't even aware that was an option.
What type of phone do you have?
What? Definitely not TV. Fun.
Josh, you
I just
didn't
hang
have
out.
a TV 20 years ago?
What type of phone do you have? What year? What model?
Phone. It's a. I don't know. It's a Samsung. It's I guess 4 years old.
Why is it
Just
not
don't
10
ask
years?
Josh any questions. I'm not going to tell you nothing.
Do what?
Why is your
You're
phone
not
not
gonna
taking
tell him anything. You're lying.
It was just the when my phone broke, I went to the store, bought another phone.
Why didn't you repair that phone and keep a phone that was older?
Cost more to have it repaired than what did to just replace it.
Oh, so what you're saying is the society is a throwaway society? Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, you guys are talking it that way.
No, but your car's new, your phone's new, your TV's new.
Yes.
What do you have that's old? Do you have a
Oh,
30-year-old pair of shoes?
I have a 1954 Chevy. That's old. I have a 1921, or maybe I think it's 1922
You drive that every
bulldozer.
day?
What? Hell no! It's worth too much. God
Why
no.
not?
Because it's worth too much. It'll degrade.
Oh, okay. So you value that?
Fuck yes.
So
My
why don't you
grandfather
value
said.
any? Why is everything else in your life new?
Maintenance, just operational.
Okay, sir. So again, as you can tell, that the only thing that's old in your life is your 1960 vehicle.
Yeah,
That's why.
Yeah.
That goes to show you that the culture of society is to throw things away, which goes back to relationships.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah, yes. The new society throws stuff away. Yes.
Sure.
So,
It's been the society your entire life.
don't know about that one.
Sir, how many people do you know that own stuff from the 80s, like televisions and radios and cars? Because you don't own a car from the 80s, you own a car from the 60s. So explain to me how you cannot understand that the society is throwing stuff away.
I guess I'm not following along the analogy.
The analogy that I'm trying to explain to you is the fact that culture has become a thing where people are quickly to throw things away. We have a throwaway culture. That's why every 2 or 3 years people get a new iPhone. It's not that they keep that's why you don't see a whole lot of people that have money have a iPhone 8.
I have a 6. I want to activate it. I hate the 12. It's too big.
Okay. What it seems like, though,
15.
is people have the options. So because they have the choice, the option, they're not doing the things that other people are prescribing. An example would be, go ahead.
Sir, you had the option to fix your TV or your phone, but you said it was too expensive. But you're a top 1% earner. So why, with you having the means, did you not fix your phone or your TV that you deemed that was too expensive?
Is there anything nostalgic of value about a phone? It's a tool.
Sir, regardless.
That's a real serious. Is the value being assessed with, say, an electronic device or a vehicle for that case?
Well, these have an expected time of usage. They have an ending, like when you depreciate your asset. They're not meant to live forever.
Do you think that women believe that relationships are forever when marriage rates are at the lowest?
Do I think that women believe that? I have no clue what women believe.
Well, the divorce rate shows you, and the marriage rates show you that women don't value marriage the same way they did in 1928. So why would you believe that they would be operating in a way that would show you otherwise?
Real simple answer. Because the options that are available today are significantly higher than they would have been from, what would you say, 1918, 1920?
Sir.
Because people can do a thing, they generally just go the easiest route possible.
Sir, can you have butt sex with men?
I guess it is an option. I suppose, yes.
How often do you have butt sex with men?
Hey, Darkly.
None that I'm aware of.
Why not?
I find homosexuality to be absolutely disgusting.
But you have the option, right?
True.
So why don't you?
So the options are usually confined within the desire. An example would be if you walk into Walmart,
No, sir.
or like any store, your options are significantly more than they were
Sir.
even going back 20 years ago.
Yeah,
You have
sir,
more and more of the same
20
stuff
years
as an
ago.
option.
Sir,
Do
20
what?
years ago, you were shamed for being gay. Today, you can twerk on Satan and
You're
get
celebrating.
Right,
You're celebrating.
right.
So
Right,
it's
right.
so it's more abundant today, but yet you don't
Yes.
do you.
But I already
Sir.
pointed this out. Why can't I, as a person,
Sure.
push? This is the exact same thing that I said before.
Sure.
Even if it is the case that this is the 80% of the population, why can't I push
Sir.
those people off to the side and say I'll have no association with them?
Sir.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Savage Red. If you mind.
Go ahead, Dark.
Thank you so much for having me on the show, Savage Red. This is my first time here, man. I know you from Jessica X show, making super chats and comments. So how you doing?
You said Jessica X?
Yeah. I just
She
remember.
hates me. But
Oh, really? What the fuck?
yeah,
Oh
she
shit.
hates me.
Then I'm
'Cause I'm
behind on
white.
some news.
Dark, like you've been on Risky's show. I feel like I've seen you somewhere.
I've
Maybe
been
it's
on a lot of.
CT.
I just call in and talk to people all the
Maybe
time.
it's CT. Okay, it sounds
How's
familiar.
everyone doing?
Okay,
Merry
anyway.
Christmas. Yeah, Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Joshua.
Yes,
you
please,
just
Mr.
said-
Lake.
Yeah, you just said a solution, right? Could be for you to disassociate from those people, right?
Right.
Doesn't that sound like a prescription to you?
Yes, that usually is pretty much been my
So
prescription
if you
growing
made
up.
if you made a YouTube channel called Joshua and Fit, and you gave that prescription to the mass populace of men, don't you think there would be a whole bunch of Joshuas with your opinion saying I have a problem with the prescription and this is red pill?
Oh, no, I never thought about doing such a thing. I thought this was like it's kind of an old school thing.
But
Right,
earlier you
just
said
if
you
you
had a
don't-
problem. Earlier you said you had a problem with the prescriptions. That
Oh yeah,
some red pill
I'm not a
people make.
I'm not a red pillar.
Okay, but you said you had a problem. You see, the reason why you're not, and the reason why you have a problem with them is because you said that you disagree with the projection of prescriptions. I was listening to what you said.
Not the projection, just the prescriptions. All of the prescriptions. Of course, they're telling me that these are not like there's no one prescription. There's just like a multitude of different prescriptions.
Yeah, but why have a problem with prescriptions, right? Or the idea of them when you just came up with one yourself?
Oh yeah, okay. So one of the prescriptions was a vasectomy. Seems kind of really strange and outlandish. It's an extreme. The other one was what was Myron's prescription? The 50 dudes, like go screw 50 women. To me, that's like, well, that's just promoting
Joshua, I'm sorry to cut you off, Joshua, but the point I'm so sorry to cut you off, but the point is that it's subjective. People could actually have that same opinion about what you said. I think the solution is to disassociate myself from those people. It's a prescription, right? So some people could say that your idea is extreme. That's the issue that I have with a lot of people like you. No offense, but a lot of people like you who just want to overly criticize like the red pill space or the philosophy.
Oh no, I started with the comprehension of thinking it was one thing. I think I slightly got corrected. Still don't really fully understand it, but I think I got in a better direction. I got to go back and look, but
okay, no. So that's fair. So you had this idea that it was one category, one thing, one catalyst, right? So since you understand that it's a multi-layered thing, you understand that somebody could fairly apply your notion that you just said, disassociating yourself from people. They could see that as extreme and put that in the red pill category as well, right? You think that's fair, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So it seems like so it's fair to say that now you realize how unfair the criticism toward red pill can be.
Oh no, I'm not laying claim to the concept of like the fairness. God, as men, do we really give a shit about the concept of fairness, right?
Hey Josh,
I am trying.
Do you know that
Go ahead.
Men going their own way falls under the red pill and falls under the manosphere?
Right.
I believe so, and didn't associate with that either. But again,
But
again,
your idea correlates with that about disassociating from particular people.
Correct.
Yeah, people isn't MGTOW men going their own way against women.
No, it's not like going against
Okay. See
MGTOW.
now,
It's not just
right,
about women.
right. So that's the problem, right? It would be a misunderstanding of the label. Again, this is you guys applying I hate social labels for this because they're a little bit more convoluted and they kind of slightly switch over time.
So, Joshua, are you gay?
No,
Why not? Why are you not going by that label?
because I'm attracted to women.
Oh, okay. So you're heterosexual?
Yes,
Okay. So why do you go by that label?
because heterosexual is the definition of, well, man and woman.
Okay,
Sexually?
so you find that label to be okay, but you don't like the red pill or the manosphere label?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I'm operating via like definitions. Does
Sure.
MGTOW? Wait. No.
Sure.
Does MGTOW exist within the Oxford Dictionary?
I have no idea, sir. I've not looked at the Oxford Dictionary for MGTOW.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. Webster's Dictionary.
I've not looked at the Webster's Dictionary for MGTOW, but the fact of the matter is you have a problem with red pill and the manosphere, and I've told you you have men. You have men that are going overseas.
Yeah.
You have men that are going their own way. You have your men that are being married. You have your men that are becoming millionaires to fuck women. You have women that are like, you have dudes that are doing everything in all aspects of women, and you have a problem with it. So, like, I don't understand how you have a problem with it. Like literally every
so this opened up again. This started with the concept of I have a love-hate relationship with the red pill community. And I says, I don't have really much of a problem with the descriptors. I have a problem with the prescriptions, right? That was the starting point.
Literally.
Go ahead.
You are literally finding every little nick and cranny to find a problem with. Why don't you have a problem with heterosexual?
Why don't I have a problem with it?
Yeah. Why don't you have a problem with your phone being 20 years old?
I don't. I've never seen a phone 20 years old. But
why don't you have a problem with being in another country? Why don't you have a problem with not being black? Like, all these things are definitions that we have that verify.
Right. And so you're going,
sir.
No. You seem to misunderstand my claim again. I stated this is what I believe the red pill was prescribing. Now you you corrected and said the red pill community has multiple prescriptions. It's not any one given thing. So now I have to go back and say, okay, so there's a prescription here, a prescription there, prescription here, there. I got to go down a list. I wasn't aware that it was like that different, but I'm going to take my time and go down through that, right? So I still have the love-hate relationship. I just haven't figured out. Now I've got to say, do I really hate that part and not this part, right? Now, so that's a misunderstanding of, okay, you described it this way. Got it.
Okay, so
I have to operate within that.
Question.
Go ahead.
So you're married, right?
Yes, sir.
So the point of getting married is to have kids, right?
Yes, specifically for children.
How many kids you have?
Just one.
Why don't you have more?
Jesus, this is a good question that I've only recently been reflecting on. So the answer right now would be time and energy.
So you're failing as being married, right? Because you're
supposed to have kids. Yes. The thing,
kid, right?
Yes, the thing that I set out to do had a little bit more demand than I believed it would require.
So are you married or not married?
Yes, I'm married.
How are you married if married is for kids and you have a kid? What is the category that you fall into, since we both
right. Just to be clear, I did marry with the intention of having kids. Probably didn't imply that was supposed to be plural. I wanted a kid. I can't say that I thought very much about how many kids prior to it, right? I didn't have an expectation of a number between 1 and say 10 or whatever, right?
But sir, we agreed that marriage is for children and 1 is child. So that would mean that you're not married by your definition, correct?
No.
Okay, so then that's what you need to understand when it comes to the red pill. The red pill is an umbrella term that comes down to basic things, which has to do with female nature and women. And you're going to find the prescriptions based on what you would like. That's why you have Myron, who talks about fucking as many women as you can, like 50, but wants 4 wives when he gets married.
Right.
Correct? You understand that? Because
a
bunch of women and marrying 4 wouldn't, you could say, is probably not your average person, correct?
Yeah, within the US, that's not even legal.
Okay, so
right,
just the same way that you can be married for children and have a child,
mm-hmm.
a red pill can have multiple prescriptions for how men interact with women. And that's all.
Right. Yeah, I we don't have to rehash it. I understood the concept of there was multiple prescriptions. I just got to go back through them because I'm a little unaware of it. Yeah, I'd already stated that there was probably a misunderstanding of exactly what you define as like red pill. Now, I would lay claim that the red pill concept kind of has the definition of like the harsh realities that men have to face up to. It had nothing. Women were just an inclusion within that, like say the legal system and all that stuff. So, are you stating that the red pill is or is not exclusive toward women?
So women can be in the red pill. There's women that are in the red pill, but the fact of the matter is
right.
The red pill.
So is the manosphere, the term manosphere, is that about just? What's the difference between red pill and manosphere? Let's start there.
The difference between red pill and manosphere is red pill is a philosophy that originated from the movie The Matrix, and that philosophy was then disseminated to associate the idea
truth
of the truth of taking a pill to see the truth of your reality, and it was an actual valid thought process or philosophy for young men to adapt, because in many ways men are being completely disenfranchised in society, especially young men, right? A lot of young men believe that watching pornography or pornography is like sex education for them. Like they think that what they see on those films is what will actually please a woman. But the thing about it is, it's not really their fault that they believe this. It's because that is literally the only education that young men get. There are no classes or any other women in society who are actually telling them what they need to do to please a woman. Also, too, Disney movies has, and I love Disney, but Disney movies have disenfranchised the thought process of men and women simultaneously by not telling or giving men an idea of the true nature of women. So then men kind of fall in these pitfalls in society where they believe that women are one way, but then don't correlate the female nature with capitalism and hypergamy and all those things. None of those things men are taught in society, right? So that's the red pill. The manosphere is just a term that is a blanketed phrase for disseminating
male content,
for disseminating male logic, red pill ideas through social media. So it's like, okay, you have the red pill ideology, and then there is, I'll make a YouTube channel and talk about what I learned to help other younger men. When you do that, the process of you doing that falls into the manosphere, under the manosphere umbrella, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's basically male content because feminism is female empowerment, and there is no counter to that. So when men start talking about men's issues. So like you have the men's rights movement, which became the red pill, because like people don't realize that the men's rights movement started in like the 80s, but it's been so squelched by the news media and stuff like that that people don't know about it. But if you really want to know about the red pill, go look up A Feminist Journey to the Red Pill on Netflix. That is a documentary that was done by a feminist that talks to men's rights activists. And a lot of the men's rights activists, their philosophies are in the red pill, because you understand as a dude, you have the possibility of being divorced when you're married, but you don't understand what that actually entails about what you're going to go through. Just like you have the concept of what child support is, but you don't understand how the court is actually going to do you when you go to child support. So the red pill is the actual details of those situations, because you know as a man, oh, well, if things don't go right, you're going to have child support, but you're not going to know that child support's can take up to 80% of your income, and how many men kill themselves because of the court system with child support. Also, when you have when you
I'm
get divorced,
confused again. I'm slightly confused here.
Basically, Joshua, what he's trying to say is, I'm sorry, but Joshua, what he's trying to say is this, right? This is the red pill. You understand that essentially there's a law that if you think you're the father of the child, right?
Right.
And like 2-3 years goes by and you guys split up, right? And you turn out to be not the father of the child. You still have to
Get
pay
stuck with the child support.
right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
yes.
okay. So that's not the problem. What red pill sort of emphasizes on is, well, if that's the case, because that seems unfair, but that's in law. If that's the case, then why aren't there also mandatory paternity tests that are done? Since that is a law, why aren't there mandatory paternity tests? So if you know that there aren't, wait,
don't go forward. Don't go forward.
Josh, stop.
No, wait. Just one. Wait, I'm about to get it right here.
I'm gonna forget. Never mind. No.
Wait, hold your thought.
I'll forget the first point. Go ahead.
No. If you know that there's no mandatory paternity test, yet in the inverse of that scenario, you might still have to pay child support even if you find out you're not the father, then it shows that society and law isn't really giving men an incentive to pursue relationships, right? It's actually like making you walk into a trap almost. So it's not to say F women or anything like that. It's just to understand what these traps are in society for you as a young man so that you can more properly maneuver. Right?
Yeah, the legal concept I understood. The first concept, which you went too far past it, now I can't remember. I had clarification specifically about the red pill concept, but now I told you.
You want me to repeat it? You want me to repeat it so you can remember?
Yeah. No. Let me see if I can maybe figure this out. Are you saying that the red pill community is like a kind of like a library of information of commonality of issues within like what generally have an effect on, say, young men these days?
Josh,
yes. Is that the description? Okay, yes. That makes a little bit more sense.
Just like,
thank you,
Josh. If, like right now, if like all these things don't pertain to you because you're not in America, but if the average American 20-year-old man thought, like, I'll get married and I'll have kids, and he thinks, well, certainly the court isn't going to rape me if my wife cheats on me, and then he goes and finds out, hey, wait, my wife had a triple gangbang by a bunch of dudes in my bed, in my house, and stole all my money. And then the court says, hey, you made more. You got to pay the woman and you lose your house. Like, yeah, in theory, you understand that you can get divorced and you might have to pay child support. you don't understand that you cannot be in the wrong and still get raped in the court system. And the red pill is trying to teach men how women operate and how the system works.
Can I ask this question? Is it uncommon for young men these days to go and see a lawyer and ask specific questions?
Yes, sir, because most people live paycheck to paycheck. Most attorneys are $100 to $200 an hour to talk to. So the average person isn't going to go and find out from an attorney. And on top of that, I just showed you I read you the stat that 64% of women are single moms. So
right. Yeah, I understood it. I just wanted to know, is it the younger generation prior to getting married, do they not go to lawyers and ask questions? Really what my question is.
To be fair, Joshua, to be fair, I'm sorry, Savage. Are you about to say that?
No, because most people, like, marriage rates are at the lowest they've ever been in the United States. Like, you have to understand that most people are not, it's a 50-50 if people get married. And then out of the 50% that get married, 80% or 70% end up in divorce. So, like, the majority of men are not they're not taught these things. Like, okay, Josh, how many times
is it a parenting problem? I'm sorry.
How many times have you worked in a jail?
Only for 6 months, crossover training. That was it.
Okay. How many years in your trade did it take for you to work in the jail?
Oh, no. You have to go through that. It's part of your training process to work in this. Like, it's just same concept. If you wanted to be like a traffic officer, you have to go through what they call crossover training, detainment. It's just part of the training thing.
Okay,
that is part of the game.
So what's a break? What's a break?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's a break?
What is a break in prison?
Like where somebody, like a prison break, like somebody's trying to escape?
I'm asking you what a break is.
I don't know. I don't know. No.
Okay, so you were trained on the jail and prison, but yet I'm telling you a slang that is used in prison that you don't know. Why is it? So why is it that someone that has training from the government you don't know, but you know what prison is?
Why am I not prison? Why am I not trained on slang terminology? I don't know. It's not something they have.
My point is you know what prison is. You've been trained on prison, but yet you don't know how prison works.
No, I know what a jail is. Specifically, I only know what a jail is. It's crossover training, detainment training. Yes. That's it.
Josh, I'm not saying this as you're retarded. What I'm saying is you've been trained to understand what jail is. You've understand how to operate in jail. But yet as a ex-con, I'm saying a word to you and I understand what it means, but you don't, and you're trained.
Yeah. No. And it's not that I don't understand the analogy. So here's the problem, right? So within training, officers are required to learn detainment, like when you're allowed to, I don't know, put somebody in cuffs, when you're allowed to put your hands on them, that kind of thing, right? Has nothing to do with how the jail operates. It only has something to do with that specific concept. Now, as for terms of slang, we are never taught slang terms in anything that I'm aware of. Like even like a shank.
I understand, but the correlation I'm trying to get you to understand is the same as you grow up and you realize that you can get divorced. You realize that you can pay child support. You realize that you can pay alimony, but you don't understand how that operation works until you're in it. That's my point. Like, you are trained on jail.
Right.
But I know 100% more about jail and prison than you do.
I would guarantee that. Yes.
Correct.
I guess what I'm trying to understand here is, okay, if you're going to get married, why would you? I understand the economical claim. Like, if you're like,
wait, Joshua, to be fair with you, It's a valid point that you brought up, because there's a lot of things that men could avoid if they did the education and went and spoke to professionals and lawyers about things to avoid, right? But there's been a distrust in the system when it comes to men. So even though that's something that men should do, more than likely they're not going to do that, because there's this idea, which I think today is sort of an incorrect idea. There's this idea that it's all in the woman's favor, and when you go to speak with someone, there's gonna figure out a way to, make you at the tail end of the situation. So that's the idea that most men today have in their minds, which is why they don't go and pursue that information, right? Because a lot of them, they're raised in a society where they don't even know that they have to, that they don't know that there's institutions in place that sort of encourages women to take advantage of the guy. So to be fair, men should do what you suggested, but we don't because of the lack of trust. You feel me?
Well, to be fair,
Wait, really?
yeah, to be fair, that's not even 100% accurate, because like I told you, I'm married. I have 2 baby moms and a wife. Okay? So my daughter, my oldest daughter, not my youngest, is not in any way blood to my wife. My wife signed my daughter up for school because I have custody. They don't question my wife when she picks her up. They didn't question when she signed her up for school. But when I go to pick up my daughter, who is actually my blood daughter, I have to show ID. My wife does not, and she's not even related. So the bias that men don't realize is women that aren't even related to the child get the benefit of the doubt. The father does not get the same benefit of the doubt. So, like, the thing that I'm trying to tell you, Josh, is men don't realize how the system actually works, and everything that you deal with when it comes to your mom, when it comes to your girlfriend, when it comes to the system, you don't realize these things until you're in it. And the red pill is the space that lets men know these things. Because if you remember when we were growing up, Oprah talked about how shitty men were. Ricky Lake said, hey, these dudes cheat. Hey, these dudes are deadbeats. Hey, come up here and we'll test your kid to see if that's your baby dad. Like, there are years and years and generations of women being able to ask questions, accuse men, and those men having to answer. We don't
Right.
have the same thing with women.
I understand the point that media presents an idea. I completely agree with it. I think I grew up, like, even in the 90s, these talk shows were a thing, right? Like, I agree they existed. I'm a little bit more shocked, or maybe that could be what it is, where I'm shocked at the concept of, okay, we see a thing on media, TV, even going back to 1940s, Dear Abby, right? Like, this has always been a thing. Why we would take this in strides as this is how the world operates, and then we're also going to say, like, basically take this in as this is the reality of life, as these lessons we should be warned about, and then also resort right back to the media as giving the prescription for the solutions, to me doesn't make a lot of sense.
Because
No. You have to compartmentalize the media with our own independent projection of ideas and news. Like, the mass media is one thing, but then what we do in the manosphere and the red pill, that's another thing, right?
Okay, so it's a conflation. I got it so far. I'm working.
Josh,
go ahead.
Listen, a woman could get on mass media and said men are rapists.
Yes.
And you'll see it everywhere.
Yes.
But Josh,
people
get on. Nina, I want to ask Nina a question. Nina, are you there? Nina, you there, Nina?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing, Nina? Hey, because we're talking about something that relates to the question I want to ask you. Nice meeting you on here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're familiar with Oprah's remake of The Color Purple, right?
Ugh, yes.
Okay. So do you think it's with the climate of the gender war happening, right? Do you think it's a good thing for the black community that that movie was remade?
No.
Okay, but it's mass media, right? Steven Spielberg,
Yes.
Oprah, they're all a part of it, right? Now,
Yes.
okay, and I wholeheartedly appreciate your honest answer because it illustrates something to Joshua, right? What is that compared to me and Savage Red making a YouTube channel talking about this, Joshua? Why would you have a problem with any prescriptions that Fresh and Fit, Donovan Sharp, me, Savage Red, or anybody else could project when we have Oprah and Steven Spielberg, bro, putting multi-millions into a
Yeah.
franchise that's one, historically inaccurate, and two, demonizes the fuck out of black men. Do you understand this?
Right. So again, here's the concept, right? It's like going to TV or going to social media and saying, okay, look at all these black criminals, or look at all of these.
No,
Take your
it's
pick,
not,
whatever
sir.
stereotype you want to go in there, right?
No,
And not opening your eyes and just looking at the dude next to you.
sir. But it's
TV
not.
is real, but reality is fake.
No,
Am I not
because,
understanding it?
sir, you have to realize that 30 years ago, what was on TV was reality. It's only in the
What?
last like 10 years that the internet has become a thing to where men have had a space. Tommy Sotomayor came on YouTube in like 2008, 2009. It's only been like 13 or 14 years. He's been,
Okay. Wait. Go back one step. You and I are not that much age difference. 5 years doesn't make shit. Go back to TV when you were a kid. What TV show was real?
sir, name one show that was anti-woman. That was pro-man.
What was Archie? What the hell was that? God,
Archie was not anti-woman. No, it wasn't.
Yes, he was.
The only
No,
show
he
that-
wasn't.
The only
Yes.
show that you can
No,
think of.
the character's name was Archie. I'm trying to remember the show. The name of the show. Archie was the old dude. He was I guess
that was in like the
what was it?
80s.
Yeah, but 90s. Like we grew up with reruns. TBS, that was the thing.
But that
what was the show? What was the show's name?
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
Right. He was kind of anti-woman.
But the only show that was in our lifetime that was anti-woman was like
It was called All in the Family.
Yeah, Married with Children was like the only show that was like
close to
the anti-family. I thought it. I assume Married with Children was kind of like more like anti-family.
No, they were a family, but the husband was anti-woman because he was part of the He-Man Woman Haters Club. So
yeah.
So the point that I'm trying to get you to understand is everything that we've ever watched is female centric. You go to schools are generated to be female centric.
It doesn't really address my question. When you were watching these shows, right, did you take them as reality? They taught you, oh, this is what life is really like.
Wait, can you repeat that?
I'm asking Savage if when he watched these shows, was he under the impression that these shows reflected reality?
Josh, this is what you have to understand. I clearly stated to you that there was one show that was against women. One show.
Being anti-woman, would that be a reflection? Married of Children, was that a reflection of the reality? That's my question.
I was born in 89. That show came out when I was a young child. There was no concept of that show being reality. All right.
Okay.
There was no concept of that being reality. That was a show to me. Okay.
Correct. Okay.
But listen.
So how do you
listen to what I'm saying. every other show reinforced the idea that my mom taught me to buy a woman flowers and be nice to her. And then every football player in high school was a fucking douchebag. And they were not nice to women and they were fucking them all. Okay. And then I started dating a chick and she cheated on me for some other dudes. And I was a good boyfriend. All right. So again, what you have to realize is we lived in a genre for men because men's media and women's media is different. Every media that's centric around women is about how men hurt them and how men cheated on them and how men raped them and how men beat them and how men are pieces of shit. And that's that media has been going on for years before I was born. Okay.
Yes, the media projects an idea. Gotcha. Yes.
But show me a media that shows that women will fucking poke holes in your condoms and plant babies on you. Show me that media. Show me the show that the whole premise was a woman ripping holes in a condom to purposely get pregnant. Show me.
I wouldn't even think that one show like that would have ever existed.
Show me a show where a woman was married to a man and she had gangbang trains ran on her every episode. One episode.
On a show, no, but there was some.
Okay. So show me a episode.
Yeah, sexual.
Show me a show. Show me a show where a woman lied to her husband about the child being his, and it wasn't. And the whole premise of the show was her keeping the secret.
Well, unfortunately, that was a Jerry Springer, all that other bullshit, which we thought was fake too.
Okay, so
it's like,
sir, what percentage of children that are tested are not the man that's tested?
I have no clue what you're trying to do or what you're saying, or I guess if it's trying to align with my question, right? Did you watch TV and accept it to or consider it a reality? And then your next question is no. Your next question is why didn't media train me to do what my parents' job were to do? Right?
But Josh, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You didn't have media that showed you that women were bad people. Your mother didn't tell you that women were bad people. So when you went out into the world, you didn't know that women were bad people until you encountered them. That is what I'm trying to tell you. 30%.
No. Yeah.
Josh,
no,
shut up.
I was. Hold on. Wait. No. Because you're flat out wrong. There are definitely communities out there, aka like a church, that tells you, hey, look, these group of people that behave this way, that do these weird things, are very bad people. Don't associate with them, right? But that's a difference is because what? I didn't watch it on a televangelist show or something, right? Your whole claim is why didn't the media teach me a thing?
Joshua.
Wait, hold on.
Again.
Hold on, Savage.
You have feminism being taught to women. The first person that's teaching you is a woman, is your mother. Most women have some degree of feminism to them because they defend the sisterhood regardless of their race. You have no show in the media telling you that women can be bad. So why in the fuck would the church... I went to a church last year where they were doing a sermon about why women have to cover their hair in church and what it was about. And they pandered to the fucking women for fucking 30 minutes out of a 2-hour sermon. The fucking church won't even say women ain't shit. Why the fuck would the media say that when they've been empowering women for fucking 50 years. Like, you're
Wait,
trying, sir. I swear on
I'm not
my
understanding.
life,
Wait, I'm
if
not
you cut
understanding.
me off
I'm not
again,
following
I'm
along.
gonna fucking flip.
Wait. I would like to say something, Savage. Joshua, your point
10
about
points passed. I'll forget. Go ahead.
Joshua, your point about who was were you watching this in media and believing it were reality, right?
No, that's why I don't understand why people are looking back toward media thinking that it's going to provide a solution.
This is what I want to say to you, right? First of all, that point you're making is disingenuous, bro. Like, because the thing about it is, not everyone takes what's on media as face value, but most people do, and they have for generations. And there's a reason why the media exists, because propaganda is attached to it. They don't put multi-millions of dollars into this to solely entertain us, bro. It's to project propaganda to lead a generation a certain type of way. Okay, so the thing about it is, you're talking to somebody who comes from a community who
right. Freeze. Go back one step. Right. So, yes, that is my my understanding. Right. My question is, and I have to ask you about this. Do you believe, or do you assume that a lot of people watch this media and believe that there's a lot of reality to it?
A lot of the majority of the population, what they consume via media, right, is what they believe. They are subconsciously influenced and are directed to believe these things, and then it sort of alters their decision making and thought processes in real life. So yes.
Got it. Okay, so this is where the disconnect is between me and the
There's
point,
no disconnect.
right?
It's not even
the disconnect is because you won't let someone finish the statement. I can't.
No, you want to put 10. You want to put 10 points on when the first point I didn't understand, but you want to go on to 6, 7, and 8 and say, why didn't you retain all of it?
Joshua,
if you let someone finish to the point of them actually making a period in their statement,
go ahead. Say your point. Say your point, and then ask me to repeat it back and see if I can.
Josh,
okay, wait, hold on, Savage. Wait, Savage. Sorry, Savage. Go ahead.
Josh, we live in a society where they say you should never hit a woman no matter what. We live in a society that you're supposed to treat women nicely. Every premise of happy wife, happy life, all these things show that women are innocent no matter what is going on. So for you to say that, did you take media 100% in, has nothing to do with that. It has to do
right. People said a thing. You say this is society, and that's all that matters. Okay, fine.
No, but wait a minute. Even so, right? The point that you're making that it's media and a lot of people didn't take it as face value, that's disingenuous, bro. If you are a non-black person and you live somewhere else not around black people, I'm sorry to make this about race. It's just an example, guys. But if you never are around black people, but the only information you've ever received about black people was through media, when you actually come across a black person for the first time in your life, you're going to project everything you've seen via media on that black person that you meet. You'll have preconceived notions, whether they're negative or positive, right? This media is, and the arts is a powerful thing. So the fact that you're making this point of not everybody take this face value is disingenuous, right? And I'm sorry to keep trying to come at you, but bro, you're making some.
No, I was.
It's the same. Wait. The problem is, it's the same thing for, just an example, young women. Young women, when they're growing up, turning 18, let's say they've never been in a relationship, and let's say they haven't really dealt with men like that. When they hear feminist propaganda or misandrist ideals projected on media, TikTok, whatever, they're going to have that preconceived notion about men in general when they start to approach the dating market. So,
yes.
Yeah. And what you're saying, the manosphere red pill.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Wait. But the manosphere red pill, whether people support it or they are against it, it is ultimately a reaction to several decades of everything I just said. Right? Like, you understand that?
No.
Josh, it's real simple.
I understand.
Josh, if I
you're saying it's a reaction to a bunch of input information, I get that part, right? I don't understand, right? That part I understood. Your details that you get to me don't make a lot of sense to me.
Josh,
Wait,
they don't
wait,
make
wait, wait.
sense to you because your dad was
But
born
because
in
you listed off
1920.
like 3 different details, and I cannot repeat them because again, I did not understand step 1, but you went step 1, step 2, step 3,
Josh.
said, "Oh, don't cut me off." So now
We'll go
I
one at a
can't.
time. No,
Please.
no, Josh. We'll
Josh,
go one at a time. We'll go one
You
at a
make
time.
1% in
Yes.
America. You're not retarded. The fact of the matter is, your mom probably spent more time with you than your dad. That's a fact.
Wrong.
Most people spend time with their mom more than their dad.
Yes. Most
Especially
people.
when they're
Yes.
growing up. Women, as a whole, defend other women that they don't even know because that's how women are. So for you
Right.
to think that feminism,
So
who's been
are you claiming that this is a parental thing now?
no, what I'm telling you is you have media that's feeding stuff to women, and women on top of it are about women because women think of everything through themselves. So the first person you're going to deal with is your mom because more than likely your dad's working. So the things that you learn about women first come from your mom. Then you have media on top of it. You've never fucked no girl. You got no woman pregnant. So what information do you have to combat the things that your mom tells you? Or even your simp ass pussy ass dad. Your dad tells you to be a simp ass bitch. Your mom tells you to be a simp ass bitch. You watch
So
Disney movies that tell you to be a simp ass bitch.
is your point that a gross majority of men are raised this way? Is that what you're saying?
Sir, most men are like most we have made the complaint that men are soft these days. Do you think men became soft in 2020?
No.
Do you think that hey, I got a question for you. Your dad was born in the 20s, right?
Yes.
When did women
1926.
get the right to vote? When did women get the right to vote? When did women get the right to vote? Josh, when did women get the right to vote? Josh, if you don't answer this question, I'm going to kick you off this panel. When did women get the right to vote?
Maybe his battery died.
Maybe something happened.
Yeah.
I didn't kick him. That wasn't me.
Oh,
But
so he's an older gentleman. Like
he's 40.
He's 40.
Oh, he's 40.
Yeah, I'm 34. He's not that much older than me.
I don't know him personally, and this is no offense to him, but I get the impression that he was kind of like in a bubble most of his life or something.
He was. His dad was born in the 20s, and he's a Fed, and his dad was in the military, so like he's in like a nook.
Because it seemed like common concepts that he wasn't getting, and I'm like, I don't know. It was just like kind of simple to me.
This has legitimately been a 3-hour stream of him just trying to explain to him that, like, bro, like you're not the niche, like you're not like you're extraordinary for this situation. So Dark, you see me at Jessica X like a couple years ago.
Yeah, we used to like. I think I've sent her like 4 super chats in my life. But I used to always see you active there. Oh, hey, Josh is back. I used to always see you active there, and then that's
she
how I
hates
kind of
me.
found you.
Yeah,
Why?
she hates
Jessica
me.
X,
Why
the
do
British,
you hate
the
you?
British girl.
Josh,
Yeah.
Okay.
why are you showing your face?
Sorry. Battery died again. Apologize.
Why can you show his face?
Yeah, kind of accidentally. I usually cam
No,
up sometimes. It's just usually I wear a mask. So the question,
Yeah. That's why I asked.
this is the part that I don't particularly understand. So is it the problem that or you're claiming that the problem is that mothers teach men
Josh,
a certain way, and
I asked you a question.
Then you're right.
I asked you a question before you dropped. What year did the woman get the right to vote?
Get the what? Oh, well, God, well, I'm going to say the 1920s, I think. 1921? Fuck, somewhere in there. 19 what?
1919. What year was your dad born?
1926.
So the men in 1919 were pussies, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so
I couldn't even tell you what society was like back then.
Okay, so let's extrapolate this. So if women couldn't vote and they got their vote for free, because the men prior to 1919, the only way they could vote was if they was to do all the civil duties. Okay. Women got to vote without being drafted. Women had got to vote without doing bucket duty. Women got it for free. Then your dad was born in 1926. So you lived around a dude that lived before war, right after World War One, and right before World War II. And then,
yes.
What year was your mom born?
Oh Jesus, boy, you're gonna get my ass in trouble. No, 48, 49, one of those two.
Your dad was 20 some years older than your mom, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the fact that your dad has ties to the old world and your mom was born right after, she's a baby boomer. Your dad was silent generation. Your mom was born in baby boomers. You don't understand this. The fact that you need to understand is that my mom was born in 60 fucking 6. My mom was born 50 years. 50 years.
I get the generation differences. I understand. Yes.
Yes. So we are 6 years apart, but my mom was born fucking 30, 40 years after your dad was born and 20 years after your mom was born. So the fact of the matter is feminism started shortly before your dad, and feminism was fucking the economy and the system 40 years till my mom was born. So there was 40 years of indoctrination going on in the country before my mom was born. By the time I was born, you had 60 years of feminism. So what you don't realize is by the time I was born, and my mom was 23 when I was born, the fact that feminism was so deep in the fucking streets that my mom was a fucking feminist. Your mom might not have been a feminist, but we're 5 years apart. You understand that?
I don't know if my mother was a feminist.
I don't know if your mom was a feminist either, but I know
I don't know.
I know for a fact my mom was a feminist, and my mom was born 20 years after your mom.
Yeah. I get there's a difference of where we came from. Like, I understood, right? What I don't get is I don't understand the description of what you're claiming to be the problem.
What I'm trying to tell you is your dad was born near the old age. Your mom was many years younger. So your dad told your mom to shut the fuck up. All right. My dad was born in 59. My mom was born in 66. So all the feminism that had gone on from 1919 to 1959, my grandmother raised my dad on. My dad was more more accepting of feminism and the bullshit he was taught when he was 16. My dad was 30 when I was born. My mom was 23. So what your dad was taught and what my dad was taught was 40 years difference. So again, you are just not understanding because you just
It's what I just said, damn it.
Sir, I love you, Josh, but what I'm trying to tell you is all the things that me and Dark have told you are things that you need to accept. The fact that
You're telling me, hey, look, this is a description of this thing. I can't really fully describe it, but you have to accept it. If I can't comprehend it, there's nothing to accept. It's just basically stuff, right? It's why I'm asking the damn questions. And you're saying, oh, you're cutting me off while I'm trying to explain it. No, because even the first step is a thing that is like foreign to me.
Okay, so does your wife want you to work?
Shit, I don't know.
So
Because I technically don't. No, because like 6 months out of the year, I'm here in Vietnam. I don't. I spend most of my time with the kid, right? Like that's why I'm on the internet right now. It's because my kid's in school. As soon as he comes home, it's me and him, right? But
so you make,
the other,
so you,
the
so
other,
you make,
yeah.
So you make
The other 6 months
$500,000 a year not working 6 months a year?
The others, I own several businesses. Jesus.
So you,
the other,
the answer is yes or no. So you make.
Does she want an income? Yes. Does she like? Are you asking me? Does she want me to go like to a job constantly? That kind of thing.
No,
the answer would be no.
That's not what I asked, sir. I said, do you make your income out of 6 months of the year?
No, it's all year round. It's business ownership, so it's streamlined revenue. The businesses make the money.
Use your hands to work out of 6 months.
Only by pushing a pencil.
Okay, sir. So your wife doesn't give a fuck if you work 6 months out of the year or not. Regardless if you have income, that doesn't mean that you don't actually do anything. The point that I'm making is my wife is not cool if I sit on my fucking ass for 6 months. Your wife is cool because you earn income. So your wife wanting income is a woman's nature, correct?
Are you telling me or asking me?
That was a question, sir.
Okay. What exactly is the question you're asking?
Does your wife want you to make fucking income in the year?
Yes. I
Does
assume
she
yes.
care if you work 10 days or 60 days or 6 months? Does she care?
I don't know. I've never asked her, never had that problem. The conversation's never come up.
Okay,
This
so
has just always been our life.
Sell your business and quit your job and don't work, and ask her how long you can do that before she tells you to get the fuck out of her place.
Oh, fuck no. First of all, it's my place. Second of all of that belongs to the kid.
Okay.
So
she wants you,
it would be more fuck her.
Right?
Do what?
She wants you to work? She wants you to bring income in?
I would assume so.
So that is female nature. That is red pill. Hey, if your wife decides to leave you.
Okay. Can I ask, hasn't this always been the case?
No, sir.
No, not for men of
Men have not been taught that women want you to earn X amount of money. Men have never been taught.
Wait, am I misunderstanding this? Are you telling me, say, 1940s, 1950s, 1920s, go back, right? It wasn't the expectation. Women never had this expectation of men are supposed to bring home an income?
Sir.
No, that's not what he's saying.
What I'm saying.
Okay,
sir.
See that?
Jesus Christ, dude! You are doing everything you can do not to accept the
fact. No. It's not that I am flat out.
My grandmother is
freeze. Translate 1 second. Jake or Lake? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Dark Texas.
Yeah, that's fine.
Dark Lake. Can you translate for him, please?
Jesus. Josh,
what he's saying is this, right? No. What he's saying is he's not saying that there was a time when women weren't looking for a man to bring in income. He's saying that is female nature, and because today is different from those times, the times that you just listed, 40s, 50s, 60s. Women were always working, but they weren't in the workforce like they are today, where they can make substantial income that supersedes men in a lot of ways sometimes.
It's
So
not even
the
that.
idea, the idea is just that there is, first of all, the idea that there is female nature is what a lot of young men don't know. So like what Savage is saying is that this is female nature. Because I'm saying this, it's red pill. Like, right,
My
Savage?
grandmother and my grandfather were both born after World War II. They're both baby boomers. My grandparents own a 2-bedroom cottage. When I say cottage, I mean they bought a house that was considered to be a slave cottage. It was a 2-bedroom shack around a place in Ravenna, which is called Thomas Jefferson owned this house. It was a mere to his house in Monticello. The houses that were around this mansion were slave quarters, so they were small. Okay. My grandmother and my grandfather got married in 1967. All right. My grandmother was in her 20s. My grandfather went to work at GMC in Ohio, and he worked there until he retired. My grandmother worked at Stouffer's and retired. They are currently retired. They are currently married. They have not been divorced since they got married. There's not been any cheating. There's not been any sort of negativity to a marriage. Okay. My grandmother is content with her life. Female nature today is women always want more. So if there's videos on YouTube where you can see women saying that a man makes 80K and he needs to have a side hustle to make 20 extra K. What I'm trying to tell you is the idea of always getting more, not relative to a man that was born in the 1920s. It is not relative to a woman that was born in the 40s. But a woman that was born in 1991 wants you to fucking make more every year. The point that I'm trying to get you to understand is that the women of the 60s that were married, or your grandmother, for most people, because their dad isn't born in the fucking 20s, is different than what they were told. Because my grandparents had been married since 66. My mom and my dad were married for 5 years. My mom has been married for 20 years for my stepdad. But she was not married to my father my entire life. And the things that my mom wanted were different than the things that my grandmother wanted. So what you're not understanding is your dad probably died married to your mom, or is he still alive working on his way out of married to
God, no. He grabbed a grave in 2008.
Correct, because he was fucking old.
Yes.
Most people's parents are not 40 years old or 50 years old when they're born these days. That's the minority. So men are not waking up being told by their moms the things that you are taught. The things
Right.
are different.
Yeah, I got things are different. No disagreement, right? It's a very long-winded way to say that. I got that. Go back now. Is what Dark Lake said, is that basically what you said?
I've been saying that.
Okay. So red pill.
Because I'm not black.
No, it's not that. It's just, it's the way you explain things. Just put it that way.
Sure.
So red pill is just the idea of describing a situation. That's all it is.
I explained that 3 hours ago, sir. I'm a 12-pack deep, and I'm completely I'm completely rational of what I've been saying.
Right. Is it more than just the concept of, oh, well, the woman's nature was that, they have a requirement, say, of like women desire men to have bring home an income, right? Is it the case, right? Because you're saying your description is somebody's not teaching men this?
Sir.
Is this concept not generally self-evident?
No. Wait. I have to stop you there. Listen. This is what it's about, right? It's not the fact that men don't think they need to make an income. It is adjusting men to the appropriate space or thought process for the times that they are in, right? Because here's the thing. Every man believes that he has to make an income to entice a woman or maintain a marriage or relationship, make it sustainable. However, right, if the average income, median income is $51,000, right? That's the median income, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If women are making $51,000 because women are in the workforce now, right?
Right.
A logical person, which is a man usually, right? Well, women are logical too, but I'm just trying to make a point here, right?
Very logical.
Yeah, no, I'm following you so far.
Okay. If the man just stays with this logic and thinks, oh, I'm making 51,000 because that's the median income, and the woman, she's also making 51,000. Hey, we actually don't live that far from each other. I just met this chick. That's cool. If he goes into that situation thinking that most women, right, are okay with him making 51, even though that woman makes 51, because if you add it together in a relationship, that's double that, right? So it's logical to think that a woman would be okay with that. But if you don't know that women are actually looking for men to make double or triple what they make primarily in society, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even though the woman makes 51,000 and you're a man and you're logical and okay, that's the median income. So it should be okay if I make that. But if most women have this opinion that they want the man to make double or triple that and want the men to brunt most of the financial responsibilities in that relationship, even though they're working and making the middle income, if men don't know that, then they're going to go into the dating market being rejected by most women in society, which is the problem with the majority of men now, which is why a lot of men are opting out of the dating market, because there was no service or program to teach these men the thought process that women would have, which is like one of them is hypergamy. You understand that? So if I think it's okay to only make 51,000 and most women are gonna like that, right? I'm not gonna like push myself to go beyond that, right? And then I'm gonna go into the dating market being unattractive to a majority of women who want a man to make $150,000 annually. So if I make a channel and say, hey, this is the way that women are thinking because they're hypergamous, and then I put that idea in another young man's mind, okay, you know what? I have to just weigh my options, right? I could just do my best in middle income and then do something like go to another country, be a passport pro, whatever. Not saying it's right or wrong, just saying it's a solution that they're coming up with. So that's what I'm saying the red pill is, and I hope I'm just talking.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah. I'm just trying to.
Your wife
okay.
makes as much as you do, doesn't she?
Huh?
Your wife makes the exact same amount of money you make, right?
Not even like. No, not even close.
Why not?
Well, come on, it's Vietnam, right? Like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, no.
Sure.
Yes, have a good night.
Wait, Savage. Hold up. Let me repeat his point back to him to make sure I understood what he said. So, if I'm understanding there, Dark, correct me where I'm wrong. The point of the conversation, or like within the red pill, the conversation is there's an expectation that men have to exceed an income level to, I guess, avoid rejection. Is that what Like that what the concept was?
Sir, you're raised to believe that if you get a job, you'll be fine. The difference
What?
is that when you're raised, you're told to get a job as a man. Your idea is that if you get a job, that'll be enough. The difference is women want more than enough. So why doesn't your wife make as much money as you?
I don't believe she's capable of it. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't believe
Why
she'd be
not?
that capable.
Because in America, because again, you married outside of the United States, we are told women are fucking equal. So again, everything about your life shows us that you're not understanding this because you are trying not to understand it.
Okay.
The fact is,
Go back to step one, and I'll tell you where the break is.
Sure.
I'll tell you exactly where the break is.
Sure.
Go back to step number one. Nope.
Step
Go
number
ahead.
one.
Go forward to step number 10. Please do.
Step number one, we're equal.
Yeah, wrong.
Okay.
I was never taught that.
But that's what every woman is taught now.
But I was also never taught that no two people were ever equal.
Sir.
So I get the concept of egalitarian from a legal aspect.
Sure.
But not even within the legal system.
Cop?
Yes.
Did you ever work with a fucking woman?
Have I ever whooped a woman? Yes.
Have you ever worked with a woman, sir?
Yes.
Was she as capable as you?
No.
Then why the fuck was she hired to do the same fucking job that you do? Because she's fucking equal. Again, you're trying to deny the fact.
Jesus Christ, right? This is to imply. This is to imply any one function has a benefit. Some women are good at some things. Some men are good at different things, right? You put them together as an entirety of a function, it does a thing.
Josh, two men on a crew arresting a guy is two men. A man and a woman arresting some guy is just a man arresting a guy. Again, I hope your wife comes in and whoops your ass.
No, she just walked in and told me it's time to go pick up the kid from school. I will be back in 20 minutes. 20 minutes is about how long it takes me to walk the end of the block.
You better hurry up before she whoops your ass, sir.
Oh, she can't do it. She's like 4 foot tall. I'll be right back, dude.
Uh-huh.
You can kick me off panel. I'm just going to shut down and mute up real quick. But I'm not going to be here.
I'm going to ban you forever, sir.
Go ahead, bro.
Hello, lovely ladies. How are you guys doing since Josh has ruined this panel and he's just been talking nonsense?
Oh, hey.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Turned into Red Pill study class. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's convoluted. Like, I was listening. Where'd the other guy go? Did he say to go?
I don't know what happened to him, but I just want you ladies to know that the red pill isn't about hating women. It's literally about understanding how to be closer to women.
I get that.
Say that again.
People,
I need you guys to repeat that, but separately.
Go ahead, Nina.
I'm deaf.
Is my volume up okay right now?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Nina, though, because I know what he says, so you can...
Oh, you go first. You go first, please.
Okay, I'll just repeat what I think you said, Savage. Just tell me if this right. You said red pill isn't about hating women, or it's about wanting what's best for men and women together, wanting to be happy with women, basically, right? Maybe have a functional family.
It's to get closer to women.
Oh, closer. That's right. Yeah, and I can see that. I just don't know that women always perceive it that way because it almost feels like men devalue women sometimes with the way they word things as far as, well, in a woman's eyes, am I echoing?
You're choppy, but I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear an echo. Let me see what's going on. One sec. I'm gonna switch them or take my AirPods out and put them back in.
Hey, Blue Jay.
I think I had them in the wrong ear. Okay, is
Hey,
that
Blue
any
Jay.
better?
It's
Oh,
fine.
wait, hang on.
Blue Jay, have you ever had a
Well,
man cheat on you?
go ahead.
Blue Jay, have you ever had a man cheat on you?
I don't think so. I mean, if they have, I didn't know about it.
So if you had a man tell you that he cheated on you, would that be devaluing men to admit that on stream?
If a man admitted that he cheated on me with it, and I told you guys, no, I
No.
think that would.
If a man admitted to you that he had cheated and I asked you that question and you said yes, is that devaluing men?
The fact is it devalued that he did it, or the fact that I told you I'm devaluing him by telling?
No.
I was just trying to clarify what you mean. Like, does
What
it
I'm saying
devalue him?
is if I
Okay.
asked you, hey, has a man cheated on you? And you said yes, does that devalue men?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you did something wrong.
No,
Right.
that doesn't devalue men. Just like if I said, hey, have you ever had sex with a man with 3-inch penis? And you said yes. That does not in any way correlate to my penis or any other man's penis in the world. The fact of the matter is when men talk about women's issues, women always make it personal about themselves. So, like, if you were like, hey, why are these men not marrying us? And I was like, hey, these women are sluts. We can't find women that are worth marrying. It doesn't make sense to be like, well, you're a piece of shit. Like, the point that is coming down is men complain about women is that women are not to the caliber of marriage that these men are talking about.
Okay, let me ask you this then, just to that point you just made. So, in your example, you said if I were to ask you, why aren't men marrying us, insinuating that I'm not married, which I've been married twice. I do think men marry, like I've been proposed to twice, so you know what I mean? But if that was me and I said, why aren't men marrying us? And you said, because women are sluts, shouldn't I be able to take that personal since I would be an unmarried woman?
No. Just like if you said the last 5 dudes I dated were gay, I'm not going to take that personal because I'm not gay.
Right, but you didn't ask me how come women don't like me that I'm gay, and how come they won't date me anyway? That would be like the same correlation. That would be similar.
No, because you can be unmarriageable and it not be a personal thing. Like, if women are sluts, your issue for not getting married doesn't mean you're a slut.
Well, I know that, but you didn't word it that way, so I would assume that you think I must be a slut too.
No, but the point that, but all women are sluts. If you've had sex with one person, you're a slut. It is like that's how men view it. If you've had sex with more than one person and you're not married, you're a slut. Like, there's no gray area. Like, it's different if you're married and divorced and you've had sex with one person and you've been married once, then that's a different category. But if you've had sex with 20 people and you've been married once, you're a slut.
Well, then when my second husband married me because he knew I had sex with other men, he wanted to marry me. He didn't think I was a slut.
Yeah, but just because a man will marry you or like, what you have to understand is most men are simps. Like, they don't, like, they're just trying to get married. They're just trying
Or could
to
it be that I'm actually a good wife and fun to be around and smart? I mean, it could not be that he was a simp. It could be that I had something to offer, right?
There's no way for me to know that, Blue. Like, I don't know you to be able to correlate that to be true, but you've been married and divorced twice. So, like, either way, there's no details for me to give you an answer if you're good or bad. But
yeah, true.
being divorced twice does not mean there's no positive that I can come out of that without knowing you.
Right.
So
Yeah, you'd have to know the
yeah,
story. I get that.
exactly. So my point of it is like when men are talking about women, it's not to be personal. But like if you have a friend that's cheated on her husband and you have a friend that has 5 dudes that she's dating, and I say women are sluts, and you're like, oh, well, that's not true because I'm not a slut, but you know for a fact your 2 best friends are whores, does not make the statement that I made untrue. And the thing that women have to understand is when we talk in general, we're not talking about you personally. Like, has my wife had sex with more than one person? 100%. When I say women are sluts, do I include my wife in that? No, my wife's married, and like I don't like. I have no reason to believe that she's sleeping with other people. Because, to be honest with you, I'm really hard to get along with.
You don't say. Just kidding.
Yes, I'm really hard to get along with, and me and my wife have a like. This is the best relationship that I've been in my life. And the first relationship I ever had as an adult, because I told you that I was 19 when I lost my virginity, my first real girlfriend cheated on me. So
Okay.
a lot of men have bad experiences with women. So
Mhm.
like in general, it's not personal. Just like if you said dudes cheat, I'm not going to come up here and say that's not true. I've cheated. I know dudes that cheat. Like I'm not like the
That's why I say
statistic.
I don't know if I have been, but men do. I mean, the chances of me being in relationships 14 years, like actually been with
No,
2 boyfriends, 16 years, or someone probably cheated on me. I mean, let's be real. I just didn't know about it. You know what I mean?
yeah, but to be honest with you, like I've been with my wife, and my wife's told me no multiple times, and I don't cheat on her. I don't even entertain the idea of cheating on her because it's not worth it. It's not like having sex with random girls or a girl is not, or a girl I've had sex with before is not worth it. So like I can completely understand being in a relationship and dude not cheating on you, like because I personally I'm going on 2 years, and like it's not worth it to me. I'm not saying that's not true.
No, I believe you. I mean, I'm the same way. Like, I wouldn't cheat, and it's not even. I mean, yes, I'm doing it because I care about and love them, but I would do it for selfish reasons too. I don't want to live with that.
Well, personally, cheating is not a big deal. I've cheated many times in my life because I'm a pookie. But my point is that I'm married, so like I'm not going to ruin my marriage over some pussy because let's be honest, the pussy's been had by someone else, so it's not that special. And I'm gonna lose my family and stuff over.
Well, it hurts somebody that you love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's not worth it to me because family is the most important thing to me. But like when I was like 23, I was fucking a 40-some-year-old woman. Like I'm
Wow.
back in my heyday. I was dog.
Well, after
But
that first time, you just couldn't stop. After that, you're off and running.
yeah, like I stopped counting at 80, and that was like 10 years ago. But I also sold drugs, so like
Yeah, you're not seeing fast and furious.
yeah, so like I sold drugs and shit, and I'm not ugly. I'm not like
Right? You're
super,
tall, right? Aren't you?
like I'm
Yeah,
tall.
well,
I'm not super like I'm not fucking Denzel Washington hot, but I'm not like troll ugly either. So like selling drugs and being able to talk, like I did all right. But
I can agree.
yeah, but
yeah, you got a little swag about you. I'll give you that. Yeah,
yeah,
there's some people that just know how to talk to the opposite sex. Like, you know?
yeah. But my point is, if you were like dudes are pieces of shit, like I'm not gonna complain about it. But if I was to say something negative about women, majority of women would take some issue with it, and that's my point. Like women don't like to highlight. Like Nina, she's married. So like if I was to say something negative about women and it doesn't apply to her, she's probably more than willing to agree to that negative trait. But if she was single and not married, it might be different. But like
Well, say,
married,
like, for instance, with me, I agree with the things you say about women when you talk in generalities. It was when you said, if you asked me, how come men aren't marrying us? And I said, it's because women are sluts. That to me is more direct. That's when I would say, well, wait, are you saying I'm a slut? Like, I would clarify it. I would say, I know a lot of women are, but that doesn't mean all of us are. Like, that's more, in my opinion, a little bit more
well,
like personal. But no, when you say like all these women are on OnlyFans, all these women don't believe in marriage, I agree with all that. I mean, obviously, I just because
Blue.
I'm not married now doesn't mean I'm not married mindset.
Well, Blue, to be fair, if you've been married twice and you're divorced and you have kids, like you're not far from the slut category.
That's not true.
Regardless,
My
listen,
three kids are with the same man. They're like the youngest is now 14. Like I don't have, and they live with him,
Blue,
so I'm not. It's not like I have single mom and I'm out fucking guys on the weekends.
Blue,
I don't know. You don't know me.
Blue, but but Blue, again, you have to understand that men have to go based off what we know.
Yeah, but you know, I have three. I had a husband I didn't even have children with. Don't you think that's to me? I would rather be married twice and have children with one man than have been married once and have children with three dudes. Like at least both of the times I was married, I only had kids
I
with one of them. But you know what I'm saying? I think
Blue,
to me personally, that's more respectable.
Blue, I agree with you that if you had your children with one man, it's more respectable. But question: if
Mhm.
I was to marry a woman that has been married 4 times and I'd be her fifth, would you say it's a good bet?
Um. Well, I mean, I don't know about that. Probably not. But
Correct.
you know, but would you rather marry her, a girl that has kids with three guys, was married once? So she still had the same four dudes, but only one wanted to marry her. So which one makes her probably look like a better candidate? Because obviously men are proposing, getting the ring out, getting on one knee.
Yeah, but
Mm.
proposals don't count because if you wanted them, you would have got married.
No, I
So,
mean married. You said if they'd been married 4 times. Both of
but
mine had beautiful weddings. They were real
but
marriages.
but Blue, let's be real. Let's just go on hypotheticals here. A woman that's been married 4 times had sex with 4 dudes. A
Oh
woman
my
that's
gosh.
a
Okay,
woman a woman that's been married 2 times has had sex with 4 men. Correct?
at least.
So they're in the same boat. Men can't go off your personality. So it's not a personal thing, but when it comes down to risk assessment, because it's how men think, you're in the same boat.
So
Is
you're
it
saying the woman that has three baby daddies and then another kid with one that actually married her, but now she's divorced, or one that's been married 4 times and had a kid with each. So it's kind of the same outcome. She's divorced and has 4 kids, but
no
which
what
one
I'm
would make her look like she's probably more responsible?
what I'm saying is a woman that's been a virgin and got married and had kids with one dude and that dude divorced her or she divorced him is different than a woman that's been married or not married and had sex with multiple dudes.
I guess the platform we're starting from, the virgin thing, I can't even get on board with it because it's so far fetched to me.
Correct. Which means, like, I agree with you. The virgin is so rare that a woman that's been married or unmarried or had kids is in the same boat as the woman that's had one marriage and had kids.
Who wants to be a virgin? Then that means you're weird after a while.
Men like virgins, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, a lot don't though.
What I'm trying to tell you is most women are the same. Most women are the same to men. So when we
So
come
say
in,
you've never been married and you're 26 and you're virgin. You don't think that person might be a little odd?
yes, I do think that's odd because of the time we're in, but that doesn't make a woman unattractive. So like Nina
Mhm.
is married. Nina, you're married, right?
Yeah, let's talk about Nina for a minute. I've been called a slut and all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna take a
Yeah.
breather.
For all intents and
I'm just
purposes,
kidding,
yes.
Savage. By the way, I'm just
Yes,
joking.
yes,
I do want to hear Nina's story.
Okay,
yes.
so Nina sounds like she's not married, but she said she's had sex with like 8 people.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's say
Okay, dude, I don't make noise. Okay.
let's say she's been with her dude for 5 years, okay? And she's 40, all right? 35 or whatever age she is.
Mm.
All right. Her being with 8 dudes and being with a dude for 5 years, she's a good bet to a woman that's been with 20 dudes and single.
My take is it's nobody's business. Somebody asked, actually, man asked me that. I said, none of your business. Excuse me, who are you? No, I don't think you have to go telling your whole life story and like
Yeah,
you're
but man,
confessing your sins or something. It's weird.
okay, so how many dudes can I have sex with before it's your business?
All you would have to know if you wanted to date me is that I've been married twice. So you could probably figure I've had sex at least twice.
No,
That's
but
all someone's needing to know about me.
no, but Blue Jay, how many dicks can I suck before it's your business?
As many as did before I came along, and I don't need to know about those.
But see that.
I don't dig into people's past because I believe people grow and progress. And how you can hold someone accountable for something? And I don't even think it's because they have something to hide. It's just it's weird to me. Like we met right here. This is where our stories start, and this is where it goes.
Well,
And if I start asking questions, I mean, maybe jealousy could come up or weird.
It came
It's
up
just opening the problem. Oh, go ahead, Nina.
That was something that he definitely wanted to know. Well, number one, because of medical reasons, obviously.
You could go get a test. If you don't have anything, you don't have anything. I mean,
but number two, he wanted to assess my I guess my habits and wanted to understand. Well, if
that's fair.
Tell me this is my friend, that's my friend. Like, what does that mean?
Sure. At that point, you guys made an agreement that that was acceptable for you to tell him to want to know and for you to tell him that was fine.
How long you been sober?
Wanted to know.
How long have I been sober? 3 years, 2 months.
Okay. So you've been sober for 3 years. What drug was your drug of choice?
Alcohol.
Alcohol. Okay. So I'm about to be 9 years sober from heroin or clean from heroin because I drank. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was 6 months off of heroin, would you need to know that if we got together?
No, if you wanted to share it with me.
So we could get married and I could be 12 months sober from shooting heroin and you don't need to know.
If I found out and I would say, did you not feel comfortable telling me? And you said, no, I didn't want you to know. It's something that was traumatizing for me and I didn't want to be judged. I would say, okay, well, that's your right.
Blue Jay.
I just answered. I would not say, you don't tell me.
Remember, I'm a drug addict. I'm a 2-time criminal. I have face tats. I'm pretty good at hiding things about myself. So if I decide not to tell you at all, and I ask you to marry me, and we're 5 years in, and you found out that I was 3 years.
The only thing I would care about was the felons because that could affect our lives together as far as employment, where we can move, if you can have a firearm.
But that's my past.
But that would affect me because your heroin would not affect me. But if you're felon, there's restrictions.
Yes, it would.
Well, that's an if. That's not what I'm saying. The felonies prevent you from having guns, going getting certain states.
If I did gay porn and shot 1,000 gay porn scenes, that would affect your life.
Yes.
If I liked men and women and we were getting married, that would affect our lives.
Yes. Well, I think that's different.
But what you have to understand is it's not different because if you have had sex with 500 men and I'm marrying you, you're more likely to have sex with another man. If you are into women and you don't tell me, that affects our marriage. If you're into porn and you did gangbangs, that affects our marriage because after like 5 or 6 women or 5 or 6 men, a woman has a 20% chance. I think it's like 6 or 8 partners. A woman has 20% of a happy marriage. Like,
what percentage do you have without all that? Anyway,
what's that?
What's the percentage of a happy marriage Just if you don't have those factors.
Yeah, so if you have sex with one person, you have like an 80% chance or a 90% chance of a successful marriage. If you have after I think it's 8 people, you have like a 20% chance of a long-term marriage. So women having sex with like right now, if you had sex with Derek Steele or whatever Steele's name is in porn, who has like a 14-inch dick that's like 3 inches around. All right. And I have an average dick. Okay. So that dude banged you from the back and made your legs shake when he had sex with you. And then you marry me and I don't make your legs shake. How long can you deal with my average size or small penis for a lifetime?
Well, I don't think that I would have been continued dating you if you weren't satisfying me, and I wouldn't have wanted to commit to you if I wasn't pleased. So, do
Correct.
I have to go back and tell you about the dick, my ex-husband's dick? No, I think that would be
But
very inappropriate.
my point of it is, which is understand is if you marry a dude that has a 10-inch dick and I have a 5-inch dick, and I don't know that dude has a 10-inch dick, I can't compete with something I don't know. And if you tell me, hey, my ex-husband had a fucking monster penis,
Then you'll never get hard again.
I'm not happy about it. So like,
It's not gonna happen.
I think
I don't think that women.
Yeah, I think in a situation like that, that's more of a concern that men have more than women, because a guy could have a donkey dick and just be absolutely boring and a complete asshole. So
Well, who wants a big, huge dick anyway? I don't think women actually like that.
Yeah,
That's just the porn misconception. Women in real life just want something that's like fits normally with their body, and it's like
that's
comfortable
like
and
basically sports fucking. That's not like something that's not something attached to someone you make love to. So it's different.
I don't
I
personally
agree
like
with
that.
you. I agree with you, women. I totally understand your position. But are there things about your husband, Nina, that your other boyfriends didn't do?
Actually, no, it's in reverse. It's in reverse, to be honest.
Your other boyfriends did more shit than your husband does?
No. How did I say that? I'm sorry. I'm a little sleepy. I'm saying he's won out because okay, like my previous ex had a bigger dick, okay, but he was not enjoyable because we didn't have any intimacy. Like this is the most intimate I've ever been with anyone.
I understand that, but
In terms of doing things that other people didn't do, for me it's in reverse. He's done the most. Yeah.
I understand that, but as a dude who's coming into that situation, would you think that's like if your ex-husband was 6'10" and had a giant dick, and I'm 6 foot tall with a medium-sized dick, do you think that that's a good bet for me to make?
Savage, if she wouldn't even be considering you as an option if she wasn't
Blue,
she thought that was unacceptable, your dick.
But Blue, that's not true though.
It's a little hard for me to conceive.
The point that I'm trying to make is if your dude is 7 foot tall and I'm 5 foot tall, why in any way would I assume that I'm going to beat a 7 foot tall dude? Like you women have to realize.
I wouldn't assume that, but if I continued wanting to see you and I showed interest in you, then you would realize that it wasn't important to me.
Savage, I understand how you're looking at it, but just as a woman, I'm saying that's not really how it works for women.
No, it doesn't.
No, it really. She's absolutely
everything.
Right.
But again, everything is filtered through your feelings. So, like how a dude makes you feel is not necessarily what's true in reality. But again,
no, sometimes sex is better with something smaller. I mean, it's not always.
I understand these
you're
things.
Not going for the.
And I'm lucky anyway. Greg is 6'5", so.
I understand these things, but what I'm trying to tell you is, if you've been banging LeBron James for 5 years and then you meet Gerald from accounting,
You don't look Gerald's way because he's not your type.
that's my point. Like the point that I'm trying to make is women compare men. So like, if my dick is medium
They
and
want to
his
get to the
dick
point
is
of seeing
giant,
dick though. Because if you're Gerald from accounting, and I can tell you're not going to be like anywhere like LeBron, and that, I got to have a LeBron.
Blue,
We're not going to be getting to know each other enough.
Blue.
And
Your ex-husband, how tall was he?
my kid's 6'3".
Your first husband, how tall was he?
Yeah, he's my kid's dad. He's the first husband, 6'3".
Okay, so you have two husbands that were 6'3".
No, my second husband was 5'9".
Okay,
And we actually were very compatible. And I thought my first husband was too tall for me because I'm 5'4". Sometimes we hug or he'd have to lean down to kiss me. Then my second husband, maybe I could have wanted him about in between, but neither was better or worse.
Blue, I'm not saying
What?
that, but I'm trying to get you to understand how men think.
Okay.
So if your first husband was 6'3", and that didn't work out, and then your next,
height, though.
husband was 5'9", right?
Yeah.
That didn't work out either, right?
No, he was on drugs. He started doing heroin.
So how the fuck, if I'm 6'8" or 5'8", how am I gonna assume that my 5'8" ass is gonna work out when 6'3" didn't work out and 5'9" didn't work out?
Well, that didn't work. It was nothing to do with their height, though. He was doing some drugs behind my back with people at work, and I couldn't. He was going to get methadone. I was like, "What is going on?" And then he kept lying, and so I was just like, "I can't do this." I didn't have kids with him. I really was like, "This is too much." So it didn't have anything to do with his height.
That's what you're saying. I think he just doesn't believe us.
I know. I think he thinks we're more superficial than we are.
Yeah.
No. It's not about superficial, but question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that if you date 5'6" niggas with dreads, all right, and I'm not a 5'6" nigga with dreads, how I would assume that like your feelings are not a measure, okay? Like I can't measure how you feel about something, but I can measure what you've dated and what you haven't dated. Okay. So if every dude you've ever dated is white, Nina, and I'm charcoal black, how I would assume that doesn't work out. Or if every dude you've dated is over 6 foot tall and I'm 5'8", how would I assume that doesn't work? What you guys have to understand, as men, we are logical. So like, if you as a woman date a rich dude, he doesn't work, and then you date a broke dude and he doesn't work, and then you date another dude that's average and it doesn't work, why the fuck am I special? Like there's no
Why the correlating go to the money though? There could be totally separate factors for each one of those individuals that had nothing to do with money.
But again, have you ever been a woman and watched a woman argue with a man and that woman say, "My last boyfriend fucked me better"?
I've heard people do it. Oh, I don't know about that.
Made more money.
The comparable. Yeah, I've seen people do that. I've heard of it.
Okay, so as men, we understand that we have a performance that we have to, like, there's performance. Like, we have to fulfill some need. And if your last boyfriend's dick was better and your last husband's dick was bigger and your last husband was bigger and your last husband made more money, why the fuck an average dude that's average height is going to expect to come in and clean up is unrealistic.
Well, what's the solution to that?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, is there something that women could do to at least put your mind at ease a little bit more?
I don't want an insecure guy. If someone's going to be sweating me all the time, I'm good. Bye. Go find someone else.
Totally not. Like,
it's not about being insecure, but we have to understand that it's not insecurity, but men understand that we're competing against other men. So like my entire life, I've been raised to fight and challenge and win over other men. So if you're dating a 6'5" dude and I'm 6 foot tall, like I'm already at a disadvantage. It's just like
So why'd you
that's
approach me then?
because as a man, I have to approach women.
I guess it depends on the man because like even when Greg and I got back together, like he had found out that I had started dating someone in the city, and so he just kind of like left it alone, and he was like, well, I hope that everything works out, and he wished me well. And like maybe like 3 months later, he was like, so how exclusive are you exactly? So he wouldn't let it go. So I mean, at that point, he put himself back into compete mode. And then that's when he started asking me a lot of like more prying questions. So like Blue Jay, the kind of questions that you didn't want to answer, that's what he started asking me. And well, long story short, here we are now. So obviously he won.
Yeah, I mean, even
But,
besides, I've had
but the point is,
I had 2 year-long
yeah,
relationships.
but
I've
but
been through it.
hold on. But I'm trying to give some credit to what Savage is talking about, because a lot of the things that were in his mind that I'm completely clueless about, because it's not even something that I was thinking about, was something that he was thinking about. So like the ex at the time, he happened to be some Black British guy. He happened to be a flashy chef. He happened to, present a certain way. He was really Mr. Popular. And this is things that I think Greg thought that he was going to have to compete with. And I was like, no, he's a total asshole. Like at this point, I can't stand him. And then once we got together, it was like he realized that aside from that guy, like I really didn't have a lot of like dating experience when it came to men anyway. So it was like for him, that just made it a little bit more easier for him. Not like he was necessarily thinking about all the dicks I've sucked in my life, because obviously there hasn't been many, but it's not something that was weighing on his mind. But the fact that he knew that it wasn't a reality, he told me that it made him actually feel better about the relationship.
Well, women can show themselves not to be whores, but most men at this point in life have to accept that women are whores at some level. So, like my wife, I went to school with my wife. My wife dated one of the enforcers that I paid when I sold drugs.
Holy shit.
So, like, I know for a fact that my wife was a little bit wilder when she was younger. To this day, anytime when we first started dating that she's talked about her exes, I told her I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it, because not only does it make, like, there's nothing that's attractive. Like, there's no benefit for her to tell me about anything in her life that she's done with anybody that
Thank
is
you.
going to benefit me.
Thank you. I agree. That's my take.
But again, if I love to suck dick on the side, I can't. A woman's not gonna want me to keep that a secret.
Sure.
So, like, the point that I'm trying to make is like, men want exclusive. Like, men want you to be exclusive to them.
Yeah.
Like, they want.
Of course.
I want to take you to Paris and be the only one that takes you to Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like,
get that. I get
men
that.
want to be your first and stuff. So,
And they
like,
should be. There's so many opportunities in life that they're new that you don't have to do a repeat. But yeah, I just think I agree with you that anything from here on when you meet and go forward, it should be shared, it should be new, it should be open communication. But I just feel like going back and digging that's only going to make each person feel more.
yeah, but this is the issue. The more experiences women have with men, the less that can happen. Like, I'll give you an example. Say, like, I didn't want to get married as soon as I got married within less than a year from us dating. Like, we started dating in May. I got married in April. All right. So within 11 months, I was married.
Okay.
Say I wasn't necessarily on that time. My wife had a threesome back when she was like 23 years old or some shit. say I was on some, I'm not getting married, but I want threesome time.
Mhm.
If my wife wasn't willing to give me the same thing she gave some other man, that's a deal breaker. Like, if you gave your last husband butt sex, but you don't want to give me butt sex, that's like we can't be married.
Well, gotta ask the question: would you, if she gave you the permission to do the threesome, right? Would you do it?
Now, me personally, when we got married, no. Like, it bothered me that she had a threesome without me. I had threesomes before her, but that was some like childish shit because I don't really want to have threesomes with my wife. But the point of it is any man that deals with a woman, if you say, "Hey, I'm not gonna suck your dick, but I've sucked every dude's dick before you," it's like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's not even an option if you're in a relationship.
why
I mean,
the
who's
fuck
gonna
am
say
I-
that?
Why am I paying for this shit when every other dude got this shit for some shit? Like, what the fuck? It's just like if you were.
Yeah,
I'll give you
it's
an
not
example.
normal.
What's the most expensive bag you guys have?
I have a $600 Coach bag.
Okay, so your $600 Coach bag. Let's say hypothetically you went and paid $600 for this bag, and then the next day you seen your friend and you asked her how much she paid for the bag, and she told you $100. How would you feel?
I would be laughing.
I feel like my bag was cheap and ugly, and I'd want a new one because I'm like, this thing is on clearance. Never mind. I wouldn't feel ripped off. I'd feel
I
like,
would have known it was a knockoff.
No,
oh,
she bought
there's
it.
that
She bought it.
too.
She
She
legitimately
probably bought
bought
it
it from.
stolen. Someone stole it and then
She
sold it
bought it
cheap
from
on
the
the low.
store. She went to the same store you went
Okay.
to.
How?
I guess I would just. I don't know. I just think less. I think my bag was less valuable.
The point of it is, if you went and spent $600, it's like you have to realize that when it comes to spending money on women, men have to spend their time and make like they have to earn the money to get it. Like no dude's gonna pay me $600 to look at my feet. No dude's gonna give me $600 because I'm a dude. So like if I spend $600 on a purse, it's because I earned that money for that purse. So in comparison, if you spend $600 on a purse and then your friend gets it for free, it's like, what the fuck why the fuck did I spend $600 on this purse? If my old lady is willing to fuck some dude in the butt and she won't do it to me, it's like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Like, what is wrong with me that you won't do that thing for me, but you'll do this dude that didn't marry you?
Yeah,
That's how men look at. That's how the men look at stuff.
But what if she said that's how she knew she didn't like it?
What's that?
What if that's how she knows she doesn't like it? It's because she's tried it before.
It's really got
Well,
nothing
then she
to do
should
with.
pretend that she likes it until she realizes she doesn't with me.
Oh, so you're saying it was an ongoing thing, not like she tried it out and didn't like it, and now she.
Well, no.
Not. You're saying it was
Listen,
continuous. They did it all the time. Okay, I get it.
So listen, the first time you had sex, you didn't know that you wanted to be choked, right?
Well, I still don't like anything like
The first
that.
time you
I
had
don't
sex,
like. I mean, okay, pretend like I like to be choked. I don't, but okay, if the first time I wouldn't have known that. Yes, I would not have known that.
But the first time you had sex, you want to know that you like your toes licked, or you like butt sex, or you like your hair pulled. Whatever kink you have.
Yeah, something above and beyond. Okay, get it. Yeah, I know
whatever
what you're saying.
kink that you have, you did not know you liked it the first time you had sex.
Right.
Okay.
That's the beauty of the long-term relationship.
Yeah, the intimacy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You learned that from another man. So if I marry you and you're like, yeah, my ex used to fuck me in the butt, but I don't like that. So you married me, so you can't do that. It's like,
That's why I say don't say that. You don't have to tell everything. If you can just people talk too much.
So now here's a question. Say you don't say something, right? And within the marriage, say 5 years in, right? This information comes out by, say, third party, right? Usually, how do the guys respond to that? Now that I'm kind of a little bit more curious about.
The third party is when someone's going to say, "Oh, remember that time you got fucked in the ass?" And then is that someone tells that, or you mean like a cheating or something,
Party.
or like,
You
I'll
want
give
to
do it.
I'll give
oh,
you some
his kid's
experience.
that cute. Is that your
I'll
kid,
give you
Josh?
personal
You
experience.
want to do it.
So like me personally, I love butt sex. I love to fuck in the butt.
Yeah, I
But
think a lot of guys do.
me and my wife are trying to have kids, so we don't. But if I was to go put in my wife's butt and she told me no, I would feel some kind of way about it. Like,
I can
you're
understand
married.
that.
You're married to me. I literally signed all of my shit over to you if you divorce me to take everything I have. Why can't I do this if I like? Why can't I be a part of this situation?
I totally understand that. I mean, that our relationship, we have no limits, and we have no limits because just so you know, Savage. So you know how you were asking me if I'm married or I'm not married, and I said, oh, for all intents and purposes. So Greg got divorced for the second time, very painfully, and he vowed to himself he never wanted to be married again.
Correct.
But however, when we got together, he said, I want you for the long haul. So what we did is all of the, basically like the partnership paperwork and everything. So I'm his beneficiary and on all of his accounts and investments and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I'm not shitting on your relationship. I totally understand the nuance of like men getting scorned from being married. I understand these things.
Yeah.
I totally understand that. But at the same time, like, if he didn't choose to give you all those things, you wouldn't have them.
Yeah, correct.
So like, you are married.
Yeah.
But in reality, if he didn't give you those things, you're not. So like,
correct.
Even in that, your dude had to give you. He had to sacrifice himself in the relationship by him doing that. That was
someone's gonna have it when he dies, right?
Right, but for that, from that perspective, using your example, there's no way I would tell him no. He wants for nothing.
Right.
We'll never say no.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
that's my point. Like, a lot of women these days aren't like that. They expect to get everything and they don't want to give nothing. And
Right.
like, Blue, like, the point that I'm trying to make is like, as a man, when a man marries you, he risks everything. He risks his future, he risks his past, everything he's ever earned, he risks. Like, if you're married and I divorce you, any child that's born within 11 or 12 months of a divorce is that man's child by law.
So you're getting pregnant right off the jump. See, I guess I think differently. I'm very like strategic. I planned my babies. I didn't have kids with the second one because they didn't seem stable enough. I mean, so
Well, no,
I
but
was. I
what
guess
I'm saying is,
someone marrying me, I don't think would be at
what I'm
risk that
saying is,
much.
what state do you live in?
I live in Utah.
Okay, so if I was to divorce my wife and come out to Utah and date you and get married to you and you cheat on me, and when I say cheat on me, I'm only using this as an example. You fucked a dude that was black and got pregnant by a black dude, and the black dude gave you a baby.
Oh my
And
God.
we get divorced.
So I'm
And the
ratchet.
and the baby comes out black. Clearly, the reason I'm using this is because you and I are both pale. So if a baby
Right.
came out with melanin, it would clearly not be my child.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Then
Because of the
you were a
law.
bad judge of character, I guess.
Because of the law. And it was in the time period of the law. Even though that child clearly does not look like it's my child, because the way the laws are written, legally that's my child. So
Because
like,
of the marriage paperwork, is that why?
correct. So marriage for men is a huge gamble. And like, a lot of women that are not getting married is because the amount of legalization that's on marriage is so crazy that the benefits to most men aren't there. There's not.
And that's what I was asking you earlier about that red pill thing, because they say men need to like focus on making money, and I'm just going off more like the Kevin Samuels. I know there's level different sectors, but I was like, men don't. If you're not making 100,000, just don't even worry about dating. You can't afford to, stuff like that. So they want these, these college kids to be, keep going on their career till what, 30 or so, and then the women either have to find much older men at like 18, 19 when they're not around them for one in the scenes, but also, so the women just like dating the guys, hoping they'll marry him, and they don't, and then they get faulted for being, late 20s and have had several sex partners and they're not married, but it's like, but the
Well,
guys aren't trying to
well,
marry him though.
well, Blue Jay, what you have to understand is men's reaction is a response to the market.
Well, I'm talking about if they were young though, while they're all innocent.
Yeah, but what you have to realize is when men are in high school, when men are in high school, the women are dating guys in college.
That's
When
true.
the guys are in college, the women are fucking dudes that are outside of college.
I think it's different here in Utah. It's like all my friends are like high school sweethearts to get married, and like I met my husband in community
Well,
college. We were like
you
19, and we're both
you
same age.
lived
So I guess that, yeah.
you lived around Mormons that are about marriage, so your pull is different. But
Yeah,
in the
Utah's family structure is different. You're right.
most of the country is you're in high school, the chicks are fucking guys in college.
Yep, that
You're
was
in
a
college,
norm.
those
Interesting.
chicks are fucking dudes in their 30s.
See, and I didn't have sex in high school. I was like 18, but some of my friends did. But they were all like one guy kind of thing, same boyfriend every school dance. But and
Are
they weren't
they?
Mormon. A lot of them weren't Mormon. We partied and stuff, but it's still the same culture. Even like the people that aren't Mormon, they still have that mentality of get together young, get married, have kids. All my friends were married. All of us were married by like 22. My daughter's getting married 20. She'll
Yeah,
be barely
a lot of
23.
sweetheart marriages in my class. A lot of
Yeah,
them.
the point that I'm trying to make is even
Mm-hmm.
in your situation, you didn't marry a dude that was long lasting. You're like
Are you
men
talking to
are
me?
yeah, like
Well, we were together 11 years. I was 30 when we got divorced.
why'd you get
It's
divorced?
pretty long for. Well, we separated, and while we were separated,
Who chose the separation?
I did, and I had pretty
And
valid reasons. He's a little bit, I don't want to throw him under, but he had a little bit of temper. What's going on, and we had kids, and it was kind of just coming out like too much, and so we separated peaceful and everything. But then other people kind of started getting in the way. Like we started hanging out with other people, and then he ended up getting his ex girlfriend from high school pregnant. So that sealed the deal on that separation, and we signed the papers.
so
So it was that he didn't want that. He was not happy.
while you were separated, he had a girlfriend.
And well, to be fair, I was kind of hanging out with someone too. I don't know that we'd been separated for quite a while, but I don't think either of us want to get divorced. Somebody was rushing, like
Blue,
kind of just at a
blue,
standstill.
blue,
And I
blue,
think we
blue,
both thought we'd get back together.
blue. Listen,
What?
but this we have to realize, as a woman will get a separation and expect the dude to not fuck nobody, but they'll choose
No, I
to
didn't
be.
expect that. I had kind of a little boyfriend kind of thing going on, and he knew about it too.
But that's my point. Like my wife,
I expect him not to get someone pregnant.
but again, you separated. Like when you
And that's
separate.
fair game. You're right. I mean, I couldn't be mad at him because it was,
But that's
we
the
were
point.
separated.
Women do that shit, and then they'll be like, "Oh, well, you got a bitch pregnant, or you're dating another bitch." It's like, yeah, you separate from me. Like you're planning a divorce. Like that's what
No, he's the
separation.
one that filed for divorce, actually, because I said, I was really upset, obviously. But I just said, okay,
Who
like
filed for
we're married.
separation?
We didn't have a legal separation. He lived in an apartment not too
Who
far away.
who
But
wanted to be
listen, so I
separated?
even said to him, I said, look, we're
Blue.
married. We have 3 kids. You only have one. I'll help raise it. And he said,
Who wanted to
no,
be
you will
separated?
hate me.
Who
I
wanted to
did.
be
I already
separated?
told you that I wanted to be
Okay,
separated.
so if you wanted to be separated and you had 3 kids, why the fuck would he not expect to fuck someone else?
I'm not saying he wouldn't, and I'm not faulting for that at
That's my
all. That's why I
point.
don't fault any. I don't have any anger towards this divorce. He didn't want to get someone pregnant. He was devastated.
Blue.
But I offered to be with him and help raise a kid, and he said, "No, you'll hate me." And I said, "You're right. If that baby's crying in the night, and I have to get up and get your baby,
Blue.
I am going to hate both of you." And then
Blue.
he got the divorce. What?
Blue. I understand what you're saying, and I respect the honesty.
Yeah, and your sin is I started it, and I'll take blame for it. I do take blame for it. I say the
Yes.
divorce was primarily my fault. Yes, I do. That's 10
Yeah.
years ago. I'm so over it. But no, I get it. Was I a little bit too careless and too reckless with something that could easily be destroyed? Yes, I was. And now I see that, but I didn't know what to do at that time. I felt like I had no choice, but I couldn't be.
Look, you don't have to justify it, but what I'm trying
Well,
to
I
tell
know,
you
I
is
don't. I'm just telling you
what
because you asked.
what I'm what I'm trying to state is women do that shit all the time. Like that's why men
But they don't
are,
do it for no reason.
ma'am,
Really
if
good
I
reason.
cheat on you, I have a reason. Regardless if you agree with the reason, there's a reason. That doesn't
You think
justify it.
separating's just as bad as cheating?
No, what I'm saying is when you say I had a reason to separate, doesn't mean that it's okay, is my point. Like my wife right now, we've been married almost 2 years. I can find a reason to cheat on her. That doesn't make it okay.
You've been married 2 years, you said?
It'll be 2 years in April.
Yeah. Okay, so add 9. I mean, you go through a lot of shit in those times, and we were best friends. I mean, there. I don't underestimate the closeness, but actually that's why things hurt worse because you are so close, so you don't expect that. I never thought we'd be apart ever. But you know what? I don't know.
But
Looking back, I don't see. I would have done the same thing given that time because that's what I knew to do. So I can't
listen,
regret that.
my wife was mad at me because I worked a 13-hour shift last Saturday. Not the Saturday that just passed, but the Saturday before. I worked a 13-hour shift hooking up a panel and a generator by myself, and my back and my shoulder hurt. And I decided when I stopped to buy Cool Whip for her that I was going to buy two tall boys. Two tall boys.
What's a tall boy?
That was always the way I fell right back into fucking hell. It's 2 tall boys.
What is that?
Like a tall
It's a
drink.
24-ounce can of beer. You get
Yeah.
like,
So I bought two.
I'm not even going to comment on that because I have no room to judge, but I also can't justify that you're doing that either. So I'm just going to say I'll listen though.
Yeah, so I bought two tall boys or 24-ounce beers, and I came home. I drank them. I was on a live stream last Saturday with I think Chaotic, and then I went to bed. She didn't talk to me for 5 days over me drinking two tall boys. She was
She's
mad
never
at
seen
me.
you drink. She's not. She went through your alcoholism or anything like that. I don't know if you're an alcoholic, but you know what I'm saying. She's never seen you
She's seen me drink.
drunk.
I mean,
Oh, she has. Okay.
she's definitely seen me drunk, but she doesn't like that I drink because I used to be a heroin addict. So she inserts her feelings into
Oh. So
how
you were not recovery for alcohol. You never
no.
struggled with alcohol. Okay, that's different. In my
Well, like
opinion.
I was like every
Yes.
teenager. Like I drank on the weekends, like every person that's a
So yeah.
teenager does. But
That'd
like
be
I
like someone's
never.
getting on me about smoking some weed. They'd be like, "Oh, well, wait, don't you have? I thought you're sober." It's like, no, if I take a drink of alcohol, I might go down straight to the pits. But I can
Well,
smoke
no,
weed and
like
not smoke it again. Yeah, I don't like when people project. And I'm not saying your wife's doing this. I'm talking as a general. People
See,
think
well,
that
no.
just because you have a problem with one substance, that means you can't do anything, or they're like worried. And yeah, I get what you're
Well,
saying. That is annoying.
well, the difference is most people have a problem with multiple substances, and I drank a lot. I was a weekend warrior before I was doing drugs. But the point is when I met her, I was like 7 years sober from heroin.
Mhm.
I wasn't drinking. But I also have 4 kids, a wife. I work 2 full-time jobs. I have run a business and I work for somebody at the same time. So like my wife don't work. I pay all the bills. So there's all sorts of stresses that I have and I don't have time to not be at home or doing something. Like
Hmm.
me being online for 4 hours is because everyone's asleep. So like if I come home and drink two or three beers, like I drank a whole 12 pack since the streams
You
have been
don't
going.
seem like phased at all by that. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, you
Well, we have
seem
that DNA, that I'm guessing you got some Irish or something going on because we're like those that alcohol, like those people can drink.
Yeah, like I'm Irish. Like I can drink like a motherfucker, but I drank a 12-pack since 6 o'clock.
I
So
never
in
know.
12,
Yeah.
I've drank one drink an hour, pretty much. Like it's been one drink for 11 hours. I'm not drunk.
And that's because you're not drinking liquor or something too, because the beer is much
Exactly.
easier to like stay level.
Exactly. But
So,
like she
with
doesn't like
all of
it.
this, she's still having you on timeout. It just seems at this point unreasonable.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But her baby daddy was an alcoholic.
Oh no! So she get
So
projected.
correct. So
Well,
she gets mad when I drink. But she's mad because if you look at this arm, you can see the scars that go like these scars that go
Hmm.
through my arm.
mm-hmm.
It's from every time I would drink, she would bitch and nag at me. And the one time I was drinking and she kept bitching and nagging and pushing and pushing. And if you look at, you see that pantry right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that white cabinet. Huh?
Yeah, that's the second one that we own because I put my arm through the first one because
Oh,
she kept
Yeah.
picking and nagging.
Oh
And
yeah,
she
you don't
was
want to be pushing out people that are drunk. I get mean drunk sometimes. I wouldn't be mean most of the time, but if someone pushed me and I flipped out, it was over.
it's
I
well,
didn't
not that
see anything else, just see red.
I'm an asshole in general, but the point that I'm making is like I have a lot of issues in life that I don't bitch or complain about, but you piss me off enough, I'm gonna let them out. And she pushes and nags and bitches and complains about stuff. And that day, it just was too much. So instead of losing my temper with her, I put my arm through that cabinet. So she was like, "See, you shouldn't drink." I'm like, "You're right. I probably shouldn't."
Well, I mean, it's so much better to hit like an object, though. I mean, than a person or
Correct.
you do go get in the car and start driving or anything. You know, that's probably one of the least.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
or
But
even better, considering that you work so much, if you want to sit down and have what do you call it, a tall boy? If you want
yeah,
to have a tall boy, have a tall boy. If anything, if I saw you were doing that, I would ask you if you wanted a burger with it.
Yeah, but
Just
Nina, I mean,
that's
maybe that's
a
okay for
hard.
Savage. If you told me it's okay to have a
Yeah.
tall boy, I would be next week, a couple days, I'll probably be getting freaking whole bits of vodka and shit. Like some people, I can see why people would be like, no, you can't drink, like because of that. But if you don't historically have a problem and you've been recovered, centers for
yeah. I
alcohol, then
shoot heroin.
that's not
That's
your
like,
drug of choice. Yeah.
yeah,
See, and
I
I've never
love
been into
shooting heroin.
opiates. I have two friends that overdosed and died in heroin, and it's a very sad thing. But I've never personally been like opiate. I'll take them for surgery, and it's like, oh god, they make me sick. But yeah, everybody has their thing, right? So
Yeah,
I get that part.
I love heroin. Like I can shoot a ridiculous amount of heroin. Like I used to shoot straight fentanyl. No, I've never overdosed in my life. Like
Wow.
opiates are my
Because look at you,
opiates.
you got those genes. Oh, my dad's side of the family did basically do everything, just come right out of the fire like nothing happened.
Yeah, like my dad did opiates. My dad did opiates for like 15 years. He didn't even die from opiates. Like I love opiates. They make me feel normal. But like she feels some kind of way for whatever reason. So like every time I drink, it would be a problem, regardless of what was going on. So now, like that time, I lost my shit. Which me personally, I have an anger problem. I have anger problems ridiculously,
I
but
do too. Alcohol makes it worse.
because I'm sober and I've grown up, I don't have those issues the same. I can control myself more. But like after a year and a half of her accusing me or whatever of me being fucking a drunk or having an issue, finally it built up. But my point of it is that women interject their feelings or their thoughts into stuff and you can't necessarily predict how they're going to feel about something. So for me, I can't operate on what I think my wife is going to feel because there's no real definition. The last dude that she was with was an alcoholic and doesn't take care of his kid. I work every fucking day of my life and take care of all my kids, and she feels the same way. So like, it doesn't.
Yeah, that reason isn't going to be enough, like, fairness to make you stop doing something just because of that, because it almost seems like, well, that's not my problem. Or, like, unless there's an issue, let's
But
not make one, let's not project that there will be one, right? So I get what you're saying.
that's not my point though. My point is these other dudes that you guys liked were 6'5" and had giant dicks. And I am not 6'5" and don't have a giant dick. That's fucking a monster.
But we
dick.
know that off the bat. We're not speculating that you will have this problem.
My point, but again, going back to what I'm saying is, as a man, I have to use logic. So if logically this wasn't good and I'm less than that, I can't operate in the idea that it will be good. And me, who does all the things I'm supposed to do as a husband, and I drink 2 beers and she's upset about it, how am I supposed to expect that a dude that doesn't do dick and is an alcoholic is a problem, and me who does whatever I can do and drinks 2 beers is a problem? Like, that's the point.
Can you see, Nina, do you think those are separate, the like physical attribute versus a potential downfall with like a substance abuse? Because the one's just speculating. That's like a forecast, whereas one, it's like, okay, I see your dick. It's smaller than this guy's. Oh, well. Like, if you know that she's enjoying, you can tell that you're pleasuring, like she's obviously having a good time and getting satisfied, then
Blue,
wouldn't you just trust that it was fine?
do women lie?
No?
I don't think they're both related, but I can understand how a man could think that they were.
Well, one's right, obviously, off the bat, it is what it is. The other one is like, I hope this doesn't happen. Like, it's not like, I hope your dick doesn't get smaller. It's like, okay, this is like, and it's working.
How many dudes have you looked in the face and told them that their dick was trash?
Well, I don't think if I experienced one I thought was trash, so I wouldn't have a need to. I didn't have to like hide something.
But my point of it
But
is,
I also wait until I like have other things that are making me attracted to that person.
the point that I'm making is, as a man, you don't really know. There's no clear-cut evidence. Men that have been married 20 years, their wives leave them and take everything. So like, there's no rhyme or reason. So we have to use problem solving of the best things that we can use to accommodate these conclusions.
I think if a woman saw that your dick wasn't good enough, she would start to kind of ease. Oh, I'm busy. Oh, sorry, I haven't gone back to you. I don't think she'd just be pretending
Sweetheart,
like she was all good with it.
Sweetheart, women will give you their number and talk to you and never meet up with you. Like, women are finicky. So like, there's no clear-cut answer. Like, you might operate where you want to entertain a dude, but there's plenty of women that go on dates with dudes and get free meals that will never fuck.
They have a name for that.
That confuses
What do they
me
call
too.
that?
Yeah. Like,
There's a name for that. Food
Yeah.
something. Free meal
Foodies.
something.
food dates.
Food date. Stupid.
But as a dude, like, you have no rhyme or reason when it comes to how to figure out women. So like, that's what the red pill's for. And like, for me, who's getting married, if my chick's only banged NBA players and I'm not an NBA player, there's no logical reason to believe that I'm going to be the dude that overcomes and I'm going to be the master, is my point. And like,
So do you just not date her, or do you wait for her to like push you away, or you know what I mean?
well, no, like, you, as a dude, you try to shoot your shot. If it doesn't work out, you don't push it. Like, that's where
But
men
if
are.
she accepts you and she tells you that she likes you, and then even if you say, well, what about, do you like me as much as that because he's tall, and she's like, no, actually it bugged me that he was that tall. I love your height. And you're so
Hey, Blue
sexy. And
Jay.
then do you keep pushing her about it?
Blue Jay, tell me you like me.
I like you.
How's that different than a woman that doesn't like me?
I genuinely like you. I think you're cool.
I think something else is different too, Savage. I think there's a cultural difference, since you brought up the whole NBA players and you brought up LeBron James before. Oh yeah, NBA. girls that tend to, I guess I'm going to use air quotes and say date dudes like that, already pretty much know that for the most part, the relationship is going to be transactional. That's
No, I agree with you.
all it's going to be. Dick and trips or dick and gifts, pretty much that's it.
No,
But
I agree.
Yeah.
right, so
They gotta have the it guy.
right,
Yeah.
so what's different for you, like what would make you so special is that you're more of a complete package. Like you're a more family oriented man, you're a husband oriented man, you're going to be the person that a woman could build a life with. Whereas
I
all he's going to get is dick and attention from the other guy. So that alone could set you apart.
I agree with you.
Mm.
I totally understand that, but I'm 34. I'll be 35 in March. We'll be married 2 years
Hmm.
in April. So at 33, I got married. So tell me, you're going to tell me that my wife, who's a year younger than me, that wasn't into dick and attention prior to me?
That she wasn't.
Correct.
Maybe she was hoping somebody would want to wife her.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
how a lot
know.
of women are. They're having sex with these men, hoping that it goes somewhere. They're not just like, hell
Yeah.
yeah, like
But
hot girl summer. They're falling in love with these men, and they're getting their hearts broken. And they're like, I'm gonna try again, because like, and
yes,
then they look like sluts, but they're actually wanting like actual real,
I
the
agree
real
with you.
thing.
I
Yeah.
agree with you. But when women pick fire over and over again, and you're not fire,
Maybe
like
because they kept shopping at the same place, so that's what they thought was the norm, the standard. That's all there was.
When we
You
date our
know?
mirrors, whatever. We only attract people that treat us as good as we believe we should be treated.
Or you
So
think
it's
that's all there is out there. So you just kind of like pick the best of the worst. You know?
well, and sometimes if someone treats you too good, it actually feels uncomfortable because
Yeah, for
you want someone to be a little bit abused, So you really have to,
I
Yeah.
if you
understand
keep
all that.
attracting toxic men, you have to look at yourself and think, why don't I love myself enough? What is going on?
I totally agree with you. But again, all these things are things that men have to make a decision on without actually being a part of. So, like, it goes back to the situation of if all your dudes whooped your ass and
Yeah.
I'm not going to whoop your ass, why am I different?
Would you be attracted to that woman?
You have to realize that men realize that women are crazy and women are
I don't
toxic.
think that a man that doesn't beat a woman wants to be with a woman that has been with several people that beat her, because they know that that's something that on some level she's going to instigate, and that she is comfortable in that
Well, Blue Jay,
in that scene.
I
Not
can promise you,
necessarily.
at 34, as a man, every girl that I've ever dated in my life has told me a story of them getting their ass whooped by an ex.
But they didn't stay to have it keep happening over and over, right?
Every woman that I've ever dated or fucked has stated that they've been abused physically by a man.
Yeah,
Over
Now,
and over and over a long duration, or just that?
well,
Because
it
sometimes the
depends.
guys are freak out. You can't do anything about it.
now,
I've had a couple incidences.
now, do I think that every woman actually had their ass whooped by a dude? I don't. But do I think that every woman has said the same story? I do.
Okay, I'm talking about, do they continue that relationship and let it happen over and over and over?
I
Yeah,
guess
but
it depends. I mean,
the
if
That's
point,
different than if a guy flips out on you one time and you almost go get a restraining order, never block him, whatever you need to do to get away from him. Or do you say, okay, I'm sorry, I deserve that, and you stay with him and he does it every time he's pissed? That's a
I
different woman. That's not the
didn't
same.
do it until I broke up with him. That's
but
when he
what,
beat my ass.
but what the point that I'm trying, what
Okay,
I'm
so
trying,
that's different.
Yeah.
but what I'm trying to tell you guys is what you have to understand is when women tell you about their ex, 9 times out of 10, they're trying to tell you that they're the victim.
I'm not telling nobody nothing, so don't worry about it. I'll take the blame too for my
But
exes.
Blue
Okay,
Jay,
cool.
you have 3 kids and you're older.
My one daughter is 22, she's getting married. My ex has responsibility for the other two in the week because they're boys. They live with him. I have them like, the dad
But,
custody
but
now, Wednesday every other weekend.
Blue Jay,
So
but
I'm free to I don't know that matters.
it
But I
no, it
wouldn't want
does.
to date somebody with no kids. I wouldn't want to date someone that has not been married. That
I
doesn't
understand.
interest me.
Blue, you have to understand. What did you want at 19?
19, I thought I was probably just gonna, I was going to college. I thought I would go travel the world and be like, work for UNICEF and help like starving children. And, then I
What do
ended
you
up
what do you
having a
want?
baby.
What do you want at your age now?
I love my peace, honestly. And I really, when I meet people that I connect with, I still kind of hang out with people. It's not like I don't date, period, but it's not that important to me. But if I do, it's really someone that it likes learning, is intellectual, has a good sense of humor, has a really like calm persona, is kind of
So
go
is
with the
it
flow, but responsible. I mean, I don't really have a set list, but there's things that I know I don't want. I don't want someone's yells or is angry or fighting or jealous. I don't like that shit.
yeah, so here's my question though. Are the things that you wanted at 19 the same as you want at your age?
No.
Are they exact?
Well, yeah, actually, the things I wanted at 19, I wanted to be where I am at my age. Maybe I didn't know that I'd
No.
be
No.
divorced, but I knew I wanted 3 kids. I knew I wanted them to have a great dad, which they have an amazing father.
Do
I
you have
wouldn't.
kids now?
What's that?
Do you have 3 kids now?
Yes, I have 3 children.
So do you want 4? You want a 4th one?
No, no, I never. No, we talked about my ex-husband. Even yeah, no, I went on to 3, and I'm good with 3.
Okay, so at 19, I could have got a kid out of you. At your age now, I can't get a kid out of you. So that's different things,
Exactly.
correct?
So you're not the type of person I'm trying to date. I'm not interested in you either. So
No,
we're good.
no. Listen, that's not the point that
This
I'm
is what the
making,
men always say, though. They say, "Oh, well, you're
man.
too old. You can't have kids." Well, I don't want any kids.
No,
So good.
You said you don't want the same
blue.
things you wanted when you were 19.
But the
I
point that I'm
did say I wanted to
blue,
be at my place in life now where I am.
correct,
When I was 19, that's how I projected.
blue,
In
blue,
20 years, I want to be here, and that's where I am.
blue. Relax, okay? Calm down. It's not accusatory. What I'm trying to tell you is what you wanted at 19 and what you want now are two different things. So your
No, what I wanted to
perspective,
be at 40 when I was 19 is what I am.
I
I wanted to
understand.
already have 3 kids in my 20s. I did
Blue,
that.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing with what you did is wrong. What I'm
Okay.
telling you is your perspective right now is different than it was when you were 19. Because at 19, you wanted 3 kids. Now, how many kids can I get out of you?
I
0.
wouldn't date anybody that wants any kids. I want someone that already had them with someone
Correct.
else.
So my point is now your perspective has changed.
Yes, and
You
there's a lot
might.
of divorced men that don't want kids too.
I'm not saying
That's
that's
my
not
type.
true.
That's who I want.
Blue, I'm not saying that's not true. What I'm
Well, why
saying
do you keep
is
saying I can't get a kid out of you?
I'm not. Listen, the things that you wanted at 19 are different than the things that you want at your current age. The point that I'm trying to tell
Well,
you is
I guess I'm so confused.
what
When
I'm
I was
saying.
19 and I said, when I'm 40, I want to have had 3 kids, and I did that. So I'm older. If I was 19, yeah, my percent would be different because I wouldn't have the kids yet. But I'm where I wanted to be. Give or take the relationship. You can't. I mean, marriages 60% of the time don't work. I mean, there's 60% chance you'll get divorced. But it's like I I don't understand what you're saying because like you said, now I can't
Blue,
get a kid out of you, but I wouldn't have a
blue,
kid now. Why would I?
blue, blue.
Hmm.
If I met you when you were 19, I could fuck you and have a kid from you. That's a possibility.
Well,
The
you
age
could have
you're at
been my
now,
husband and had 3, yeah, and married me and had 3.
correct. The age that you're at now, I could not have. There's nothing I could do right that would make you have a kid with me. Correct.
Correct.
Correct. So your perspective on life has changed. Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So because your perspective has changed, do you think that you are more willing to have understanding about certain things that I'm saying than you would have when you were 20 years younger? That's my point.
Can
That's
you elaborate on that a little bit? Understanding about.
my point of it is when a dude says these bitches are sluts and you're 19 and want to get married, you're not going to feel the same way I feel. When you're 40 and you realize these bitches are sluts and you don't want to have kids, you're more willing to say, yeah, you're right, is my point.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. The only reason I took it that way, or when is that the way that it was phrased, I was confused because You said, if you ask me why aren't they marrying us, so it's more like if I were to ask you, Savage, why can't I find a husband? Why isn't anybody marrying us women? Why does anyone want to marry me? And you said, well, women are sluts. Then I would be like, assume that
Well,
you meant you were
to be
telling me.
to,
Do you know what I'm
to,
saying?
to be fair, most men want to get married to have children. So
Yeah.
like, if you're not gonna have children, like men, like there's really like
I guess it's
no,
Utah's different because people are like all about family and they want like grandkids and all that. You know what I mean? It's just like, maybe it's different here, like you guys said, because I most people here get married even and don't have kids again. People that have already their kids are kind of like teenagers or whatever even.
yeah. But say I had 6 kids, they were all grown. We're 40, right? We're both 40.
And your kids are like high school age or older.
They're out of high school, like they're grown. They're all above 18.
Okay.
What purpose does it benefit me as a man to marry you when you're not going to give me children? But if you divorce me, you can
It's a
take all my shit.
character. It's a character thing. For a lot of men in Utah, yes, it is. And most religious men or men that have like a strong moral family values, they want to get married because they believe in like a wife and a husband. We don't do like the live-in boyfriends. Even my husband, I didn't do that with. So I don't know that I can be a good example to speak on the majority in that way because I mean, my second husband, I didn't have any kids. He had a daughter, and I had my 3 kids, and we got married, and we had 4 kids, and he got the custody half the time too, same days I did. So sometimes we either had 4 kids half the time, or we had no kids, and we didn't have any children. He didn't have any legal reason to marry me. If anything, I was more of, liability because he only had 1 kid, and I had 3. But he loved my kids, and he loved having my sons. He'd take them to like Nickelcade and bowling. He loved having the boys. So it's like, and he wanted to marry me. We didn't plan on having a child per se. What would
Yeah.
have been his reason?
How long did your marriage last?
That one we were together all together 3 years. We're only married a year and a half. But that's
Who
when I
filed,
did the heroin, and he had some drug issues off
who
and on,
filed
and
for divorce?
I did.
Because he was a heroin
I
addict.
already had children. I had a responsibility to them.
So he was a heroin addict.
He had picked up the habit. I mean, he'd do where he'd like drink a bunch for a while and then quit. And he'd do Adderall for a while, like over the top and quit. And then he'd finish on pain pills. There's always something with him. And
So
I loved
can
him, but we weren't working out. And it
so
was
can
too
you
much.
so can you understand that a heroin addict or a drug addict necessarily doesn't have the same rational thought as a man that's not a heroin addict?
Well, he
Because
wasn't doing that when we met.
yeah, but again, I'm gonna tell you right now, me and my wife got divorced,
He wasn't shooting it, I guess. He was smoking the pills
we're-
or whatever.
I don't care if I'm boofing heroin up my asshole. I don't give
I think
two
there's a
shit.
difference. But anyway, either way, it wasn't okay. But he didn't
The
tell me
point
until after we was going to the methadone. That's the problem I had with the lies. He hid
the
everything.
the point that I'm trying to make, if me and my wife got divorced, I'm not marrying a woman. Even if I have children, I already have 4 children. I'm trying to have 2 more. I am not marrying a woman, if I'm not having children. The whole reason I told my wife when we got married, I'm not marrying you unless we have more children. 100%.
So yeah, that's right.
Most
My
men.
dad's been married to his wife since 2000, so 23 years. They don't have kids. My mom and her husband married since 2010, 13 years. They don't have kids. They're very happy married. It's like I said, it's a culture. It's different.
How old's your dad?
He was born in 56. I think he's 67 or something.
When did he get married last?
Year 2000.
He's 67, so he would have
Hmm.
been in his 40s.
I think so, yeah. 40, yeah, early 40s. Yeah.
And he already had kids.
Yeah, he had me and my sister with my mom. They were married.
Correct. And
She had 5
so
kids,
yeah,
but only one lived at home.
so again, a 60-some-year-old generation is different than your 30, 20, and 40-year-olds.
Well,
Like
that's what I was
back
asking you about my husband. I just, it was 5 years ago. He
how
didn't
old
have
was
any
he?
reason to marry me.
How old was he?
He was the same age as me. He was a year and a half younger.
Okay. And he was a drug addict.
No, not when I met him. No, I don't want to say drug addict. He's more like,
Do
like
you,
he would do too much Adderall and then he'd say, "Oh, I just need
Blue,
to tell you I've been doing I need to sleep for a while."
Blue, are you
I'm
an
like, okay.
Blue, are you an alcoholic?
I'm a recovering alcoholic.
Oh, you're in recovery?
3
So does
years,
that
2 months, yeah.
does that make you an alcoholic?
Yeah, I guess I would say that.
When's the last time you drank?
October 24th, 2000.
2000?
October 23rd. October 24th was my first day sober. 2000 or 2020, I mean.
2020? So you haven't drank in 2 years.
3 years, 2 months.
So you're an alcoholic.
Yes, I'm a recovering alcoholic.
But you haven't drank, right?
Correct.
But you're still an alcoholic, right?
Yeah, somebody didn't want to marry me, that's your choice. I mean, I
Okay,
would actually respect that. I would not be offended at all.
So the guy that you married was now a drug addict, right?
No, he was a liar.
That was a drug addict, right?
He actually wasn't a drug addict because he would go through. He was like one of those people that would be like all or nothing. They'd like do something all out and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do it." Like he started smoking some cigarettes. All of a sudden, he smoked 2 packs a day. I'm like, "What the hell? You didn't even smoke." He's like, "I know, right? I gotta stop smoking." I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then he just quit on a dime. He's like that.
Let me take this off you and put it on me and see if this makes sense to you. I'm a heroin addict, right?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done heroin in 9 years in February, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I started shooting heroin next year, and my wife's been married to me 2 years, right? Was I still a heroin addict or was I not a heroin addict when I started shooting heroin?
And you relapsed.
So that would make me a heroin
You're
addict.
recovering heroin addict. Yes.
Was I a heroin addict before I started shooting up?
I would say yes.
You had addiction tendencies. I wouldn't say you were a heroin addict. No.
Yes.
Have you been to AA?
I don't subscribe to that.
Have you been to AA?
I have. I used to go with my father as a child.
And what did they say?
I'm genuine alcoholic, and I've been. Oh, they tell their stories, and they gotta read that book and all that stuff. I don't like that.
So you didn't.
To me, I think what you focus on becomes what you manifest. So to me, I don't think about alcohol. Even when I do, I'm around people, I smell it, or I see how people act a fool. I'm like, oh my God, that was horrible. I can't believe I did that. It doesn't. I don't sit every day and think, okay, one day at a time. Like I don't even think about alcohol. If I do it, it's not enticing.
Question. So if a girl grows up without her dad, do you think she's more prone or less prone to make bad decisions?
Probably more prone to make bad decisions.
But why? Why would she be more prone if her dad?
Because she is insecure about being loved by men. She doesn't know what that feels like.
Okay, so if I'm a drug addict and then I stop doing drugs, does that affect my?
I'll never argue with you. You're more of a liability, and so am I.
Okay, so point being is your husband that married you that ended up doing drugs. Could it be possible he didn't marry you wanting kids because he was making poor decisions?
No, he wasn't doing the drugs. No, we had a very healthy marriage, and like, it was more like he worked at a car dealership, and they started selling these, they sell those Roxys or whatever, and he started buying them, and they go off and smoke. So he basically wasn't even really addicted to them. I don't think. I think he was a drama, like. But the problem that I had was the lying. That's the issues that I had with him was lies. I don't like to be lied to. I can tell. It wasn't so much as the addict as much as I would find everything out after the fact.
Blue.
You don't like 3 years.
Blue.
It was short. Whatever. Yeah.
You don't like being lied to?
I do not.
Okay, so do you find me attractive?
Yeah, I think you're cute. Yeah. I mean.
Okay, so what if I told you?
I feel weird saying that you have a wife. I mean, I'm not
what would you do if I told you that I would eat your pussy and eat your ass?
No.
Shit out of you.
I would not be attracted. I don't like
you would only be my
like
sidekick.
that. When to me, I don't find that attractive.
I would
don't
never
know
marry
saying
you.
stuff. I don't find when guys say nasty stuff like that, it's a turn off.
But I would never marry you.
Well,
But you find me
that's okay.
attractive.
I wouldn't want to marry you either. Even
All I
nothing to
want
do
is
with
sex.
just having little kids. I wouldn't want someone with little kids. I wouldn't want to marry you either. So it's no big deal.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about marriage. You would never have to meet my little kids. You would just have to meet my dick. It would never be anything intimate to the point that you meet my kids.
Oh my God.
No, that's not really how guy. I don't really feel like that's something that draws me to men when they act like that. That's not attractive to me.
But
So nothing to physically or whatever. It's just like
Blue,
if a guy
that's-
talks to me like I'm
hey
some
Blue,
kind of hoe, it's not.
but that's the truth. You don't like that?
I'm not interested in it.
You don't. So you're not interested in the truth.
What truth?
The truth that I would have sex with you in a heartbeat, but you would never meet my kids.
If I wanted to have sex with you, I would have sex with you too in a heartbeat, and you would never be mine either, and it would be cool. But I wouldn't be attracted to a man that talks to me that way.
So you wouldn't be attracted to the truth then?
I wouldn't be attracted to a man that acts like I'd be so lucky.
I didn't say you'd be
Bitch,
lucky.
no, but just like saying the way you're saying it is like you're having to give me the warning, like don't fall in love because it's not happening. I was like, wow,
I
what
didn't
makes you think
give
I'm
you,
even into you?
ma'am. I didn't give you a warning. I gave you the truth. I literally
What's the
just want to
question then?
shove my ugly parts into your ugly parts, and that's it.
Get in line. Just kidding.
That's my point. Women don't like the truth. This is what I was trying
No,
to
it's
get you.
that's not. I don't get what you mean by the truth though. Saying that all you want is sex. I've had people that
Or
were just
savage
friends, but
meaning
benefits.
it's the
It's
vulgarity
just a
of
different.
it.
It's the approach.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
If you're making
how
me
do you,
laugh, we're talking about CT or some shit. I'd be like way more likely to be like, yeah, we can chill. Yeah, let's not meet each other's kids like that. We're not trying to do that. We have fun together. It's cool. That'd be different. But if the guy's like talking to me nasty like that,
that's not the truth, though.
what?
That's
Having fun?
me saying.
That's prison 11 right there.
me
No,
saying.
respond to that.
Do you want to hang? That's not the truth. Me
Well,
saying, can I
you said
bump my
you're
penis?
sexy. I want to come over, hang out with you, and like
But
ease into it a little bit. No, I don't. Okay, you're right. I don't like the truth like that. I don't like it blunt like that. Okay, that's fine. I'll admit it.
that's
I don't
not
like
the
that truth.
truth. Like if I say I want to hang out with you, but the whole time I just want to put my dick in you, that's not the truth.
Just pretend
It's
you
me
got some game.
lying.
Damn.
That's my
Blue
point.
wants to be swoon, savage. You gotta have that swoon.
Gotta make me laugh or something. Shit.
Listen, I understand. I understand the game, but what I'm saying is when you tell me you want the truth, and the truth is you want me to lie to you, that's not the
What
same
about when I
thing.
lie to you? What about when I say, "Oh, baby, don't go," and you know I can't wait for you to get the fuck out? How about that?
It doesn't bother me because I don't expect you to tell
Well,
me the truth.
but if I told you get the fuck out, that might
Sweetheart,
rub you a little wrong. There's a
I
certain way
don't
to
think
be
he would
I'm
nice.
married.
I know. I'm not talking about you and me, not for real. I'm talking about the scenario. If a guy, I would say like, I
Man,
always try to make a guy feel good. I mean, whatever.
listen. I'm
That's
trying
not
to.
say hi to Ed. Ed's been like just
I'm trying to
chilling. You've
give
been
you some
talking about
game.
nasty shit.
I'm
Oh, I
trying to
got
give you
game,
some
baby.
game.
Don't you worry. I'm good. I don't need it. I
No.
promise.
When I say the game, I mean like how men think. Like if you tell me that you want the truth, I'm going to tell you the truth. If the truth means that you want me to lie and obfuscate what I mean, that's not the truth. If you
That's
told
not
me,
the same as the
hey,
husband doing drugs
listen,
in your back and telling you later. Come
listen,
on,
if you
Savage.
texted me and said, hey, come over and fuck me and leave, I'm going to come over and fuck you and leave. There isn't there's nothing extra in that. But when I say, hey, come fuck me, and you're like, that turned me off. That's not the truth. Hey, Ed.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Are you black?
God, finally, Ed, save the day, please.
Yeah.
Savage off the hook.
Is that the truth, or are you lying to me right now? Are you obfuscating what you really mean right now?
He's a person of color.
I'm black.
Oh, shit. Shit. I was hoping to be lied to. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you want the truth,
No,
the truth.
it's not that. It's not that you don't know the truth. You don't just say it that way. So harsh and like just kind of don't talk. You know,
I
it's
mean, even
if I know why
well,
you're coming over, you don't
Hey
gotta say
Ed,
it like
you're
that.
getting stuck on the vulgarity of how he brought it up. But
Exactly.
even if I made it clinical, you wouldn't want it. Like if I just met you just now, Blue Jay, and be like, hey, Blue, I really just want to talk to you to put my penis in you. Is that okay?
No, that's vulgar still.
but that's the
No, it's
truth.
not vulgar. It's just the truth. I don't really want it. That's
Just
all I want.
how about don't mention any body parts. Let's start there.
Okay. Hey, so Blue Jay, if I say, hey,
Are you guys trying to get me to teach you how to like flirt with women or what? Why are we doing this
no,
Q&A? I'm just kidding.
Blue, I know how to flirt with women. I have 2 baby moms and a wife. I know how to get women. My point is when women
You're
tell you,
pookie.
hey, I want the truth, and you're like, hey, suck this dick. It's like, whoa, sir. What are you like? Why are you being so
You have to. You just have to
aggressive?
know someone well enough to say that, I guess. Like if your husband says it to you and like, you know, just
Man,
kind of can be playful like that, like
But
man,
that's
I think that's the
different
point.
than some guy you
We're
barely
all
meet.
walking around with a facade that's not the truth, and
yeah,
and we expect each other not to be truthful. So
Well, yeah, we do that
it fits
everywhere
in.
man.
in work,
If I
life,
go
public.
upstairs right now and I wake my wife up and say, suck this dick, she's gonna feel some kind of way. Like,
Yeah, you woke her up. She got kids taking care of all
she
day, and
could,
then she needs her sleep.
she
Maybe
could,
she should still suck his dick though.
yeah, but she could still be up and me not wake her up and say, suck this dick. She's gonna feel some kind of way. She's gonna want it not to be so crude. Even though,
I don't know
even
about
though,
that. You guys are married. That's a little bit different. Like if you guys are just like dating and you set the message like that, it's kind of like
No, no.
different.
If I've been woken up, I mean, if he said it like joking, like, "Hey,
Nina,
babe, come suck my dick," and
you're
then he's
right.
laughing, I'd be
It
like,
shouldn't
"Yeah,
work
you're
that
right," and
way.
I'd do it.
I mean,
But
yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
It shouldn't
you
work that.
also would be disrespecting her like sleep, which is
not
important too, though.
necessarily. Not
They have 4
necessarily.
kids.
That
Trust
doesn't
me.
matter. They had
I'm
to
gonna
do
go
something to get those 4 kids. Okay, I'll
when
give you an
this
example.
stream stops. I'm gonna go wake her up. That's gonna happen, regardless if she's mad or not.
Right. Like, I'll give you an example. I was in the office, got a text message. Hey, when are you coming home? I'm going to be hitting the train soon. All right, just so you know, I'm going to wreck that WAP of yours. Okay, I'll see you soon. Guess what happened?
Yeah, you're awake on your way though. It's in
But I'm
your
just
in the
saying,
middle of the night.
there's a time and a place where the
Yes,
vulgar
yes,
truth, it
and
lands. Like, it
that's actually kind
absolutely
of
lands.
hot when it's in
Yeah.
the right time frame. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Blue Jay, guess what though?
Hmm.
Do you know the difference? Ed,
Between what?
have you ever got mad when you woken up to a blowjob?
Never had that happen, but I know I would not be mad.
Ed, if you came home from a hard day at work, would you be mad if your woman threw some pussy on you?
No, even if I
No,
wasn't in the mood.
correct.
Great.
As dudes, there's never a wrong time. But with women, there's definitely a wrong time and a right time.
I think there's a time you're not in the mood, and then that's when you should do it anyway if you're not really in the mood. But
I
it's
get
when they're expecting you to be woken up, or you're like, you know, say they want that, you know, and you don't like that it hurts you, and they make you do it. That's like when you have to be physically uncomfortable, or suffer physically from not getting enough sleep, stuff like that. Then that's not cool. That's a different level. Then
I
like, oh, I'm not really in the mood, but oh well, I'll do it. You know.
No, I disagree because if you start making excuses as to why not to do it, at some point your man is gonna find out reasons why to do it with someone else.
I don't think, because I
No,
mean, I never had to make
Blue,
myself uncomfortable. We probably had sex 5 times a week. I was married for 11 years, even through
I work.
pregnancies, babies. 5 times a week was quite a bit. I'm not all the time did I want to, but I did. But I'm saying I didn't do anything that would like I would be in pain, and he wouldn't have wanted me to anyways. So
Dude,
I don't know.
I work over 100 hours a week.
I don't know.
There's always a reason not to. There's plenty of times I don't want to have sex, but I have it because
well, yeah.
if I say no, that means something. If my
Yeah.
wife says she has a headache, that means nothing.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would do it anyway if it was just kind of like I wasn't like super stoked about it, and then you get into it after a minute. I'm saying if you're being woken up in the night when you've already been running around all day with kids in diapers and you're exhausted and maybe one of them's sick, or and you're woken up
Man,
at night and your sleep's messed, or they
Sometimes
make
it
you
might
something that
make you
hurts you.
sleep even deeper.
You know, you don't got
imagine,
4 kids running around, honey.
imagine working 15 hours a day every day. Tell me when you wouldn't
Savage,
be tired.
all I'm saying is it's not fair to wake her up in the night or to make her do something that hurts her. That's what I didn't say it's not good for her to do it if she's not in the mood. I said I did 5 times a week. Think about it, that's a lot, even when pregnant and everything else. And I did that because most of the time I wanted to, but even if I wasn't really feeling it, I would do it for him because, yeah, he works and whatever. Like, I loved him and I
Well,
wanted to be happy. So I'm not saying don't, you guys are underestimating you're making it sound like I'm being saying, oh no,
no,
don't do it. But
No, I don't think it's you, Blue, but I've heard this even from my own friends. My best friend, sometimes she's complained to me about having to give her husband a blowjob. And I'm just like, I don't understand.
that doesn't hurt her. See, that's what I'm talking about.
She just doesn't feel
Some
like
women don't
doing
like
it.
anal because it literally like
I know, but
causes
what
them
I
issues.
don't understand, like they've been
Blowjob, if
married
she's
20
blowjob's
years.
different. That's just being lazy, not wanting to do it. I'm not saying
Yeah.
something that you just don't want to do. I'm saying something that can like almost harm you or in a physical sense,
Right.
whether that's exhaustion,
listen,
whether you're
Listen,
going to be in pain. That's the kind of thing
listen.
I'm talking
it's
about.
savage.
Is
So
okay.
now I'm pointing this back to you because when she tells me this, and I know her husband, and I look at her husband, and I'm really looking at her husband. I'm like, all he wants is a blowjob. You don't want to give that guy a blowjob? Are you serious? I have eyes. I know he's a good looking dude. I can think of like a whole bunch of other girls that would just love to give that man a goddamn
Love it.
blowjob. So it's like, girl, you need to put yourself on your knees and go and do what you're supposed to do. It's not like he's asking you to make him a sandwich. And I did
Correct.
say that to her one day, and she got mad at me.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey Ed, I'm about to end this stream because it's 5:41 where I'm at, and I've got
Yeah.
shit to do in the
That's it.
morning.
Same here. I should be asleep, but luckily I don't got to work all day.
But
I'll be fucked.
what brought you up to the stream to be on the panel? What do you want to address?
Oh, nothing. Nina actually told me to hop on, so I was like, why not? I contribute a little bit since I'm up this up.
Yeah, sorry.
So nothing in particular.
Well, it's been great chatting with you gals and you
Yeah.
too, Ed.
Yeah,
But
man.
I'm about to go upstairs and wake my wife up. So I will see you guys tomorrow.
Y'all have a good night, man. Thanks for having me.
Happy morning, Savage. All right, talk to you later.